All right. Okay, good morning. Welcome to the Gresham-Barlow Board of Education Strategic Planning Meeting, Friday, August 23rd, 2024. We are on site at Clear Creek Middle School. And we have a fairly full agenda today that we should be able to get through. We will, let's see, roll call. We have in attendance Chris Howitt, Kathy Keithley, Blake Peterson, Sean Farron, Holly Riegelman, Myra Gomez, and David Ligatich. So we do have a quorum. We also have in attendance Superintendent Hugh, Dr. Tracy Klinger, John Cook, and am I missing anybody? No. So with that, and there being no changes that I'm aware of to the meeting, is there a motion to approve the meeting agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
So it's been moved by Myra, seconded by David to approve the agenda. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. And I'm just going to quickly go over our meeting norms. We don't read these at every single one of our meetings, but because we'll be here all day. We have our meeting norms. We actively listen for understanding and ask questions for clarification, assume good intentions and give grace and patience, equity of voice, pause and allow time to think, invite all perspectives, stay engaged and on task and think outside the box, monitor your attention, accept non-disclosure and relentless focus on the outcomes and circle back to make decisions and respect and the start and end times. And we will respect this end time because we have a lot to get through, so we'll keep us on track. The first thing that we have this morning is our board and superintendent working agreements. And we had worked on this. I don't remember who worked on it last year. Was that? I did. Kathy? Okay. So we have, they're in our packet, the board superintendent working agreements. We did approve them in February of 2024. And I have not heard any changes, additions, deletions that we need to this.
The only thing that changed based on the motion when you guys approved it, I wasn't there,
Okay.
was adding the signature line to it.
Okay. So signature line is on the last page. I'm gonna keep kind of moving around so that I see you guys. I wanted to sit up front here and now changing my mind, but anyhow. So any questions about this? Anything that stands out? Anything that you'd like to change? Kathy, thank you for working on this. It's an amazing document. I appreciate it. So this is something that we do need to, let's see. And is it? It's just a discussion, so it's not.
I mean, you guys can sign it, because you didn't sign it before, but I was like, it's already been approved, so I don't think you, and with no changes, I don't think you need to approve it again.
Okay, all right, so I don't hear that there's any other changes, and so I have a clean copy if we want to send it around and have it signed. Yes.
If you need a policy, designation of spokesperson shall follow policy. Right. It's like.
Oh, okay, okay. So Sarah, do you want to go ahead and, do you want to still go ahead and sign it? We'll just go in the policy. It's on the second page, paragraph just above the board expectations. Individual board members, second sentence.
You know what that was referring to?
It's probably referring to the policy that the board chair speaks for the board.
Okay, I'll look it up.
Okay, so is that okay? All right, so we'll go ahead and sign it today. All right. And we'll get it signed. And we'll hand it over here. Somebody go, move it on around. Thank you, appreciate it. All right, next up is superintendent and board goals. And who is our presenter for this? Superintendent Hugh and the board goals committees.
So my portion is really just to review with you our strategic goals for the 24-25 school year. This is no different than the last 3 years where we have shared with you the one-page document and it's in your packet. But I wanted to review our 4 priorities or district focus areas for 24-25. It's not different than what you've seen before, but I wanted to call attention to some specific pieces in here. under inclusive culture, where we're discussing adult focused transformative SEL. As you will see in our convocation, our convocation this year is going to be quite a bit different. We got some feedback from staff about focusing on self-care and more adult social emotional learning. And so we're going to have only a 30-minute presentation, and then it's going to go to opportunities for individual staff to participate in an array of opportunities for different social emotional learning pieces. And so that's an area of focus this year, as well as attendance, strengthening attendance for our students. Part of the this year's theme is going to be there or be here. Being here means that we as adults need to be here for our students, and then certainly our students need to be here in school so they can take advantage of all the opportunities and be able to work with our excellent educators. Also, we're going to be continuing to promote our inclusion plan, and we're still working on our hiring handbook and practices. We've kind of got an audit done this last year, and we are working on the hiring handbook and hiring practices, and that should be completed sometime this year. If you go to the second one, when we're talking about instructional alignment, we have early literacy and biliteracy framework, continuing to keep moving forward with that. EML and SPED, instructional focus, targeted curriculum alignment, a lot of co-planning and co-teaching. And then the last bullet, DLI planning for secondary. As you know, we have two DLI schools in our district, North Gresham and Highland. In another year, we're going to be moving our DLI program to the middle school level, which is going to be here at Clear Creek. We just hired a new principal in Helen Cerna, and she has been an elementary DLI principal in North Clackamas School District for many years, and she was actually a teacher in our district before she actually left. So that's an area of focus. And then moving to equity-driven multi-tiered systems of support, we actually spent the better part of a day a couple of weeks ago with all administrators, continuing with our leadership transformation with MTSS, culturally responsive teaching and pedagogy. The disciplinary handbook is something that I think Mr. Cook is going to talk a little bit more about this afternoon, but we went through some training with our principals and assistant principals this summer at our retreat to really talk about how to roll this forward with all staff, and then making sure our students and our families get some training as well. And then again, data-based decision-making using a couple of tools that we already use. And then the final one is really around CTE outcomes and access. Again, elementary pathways. Our public service pathway program, we just started this last year and we'll continue this next year. Some pre-apprenticeship opportunities for our students, and then certainly pre-advanced placement and implementation of what those things. Tracy and John, you have anything to add? Any highlights or anything that I might want to highlight? Not that I think of now. Tracy.
Just building on previous years and continuing to move forward.
So again, there's our strategic initiatives. These are our district focuses. And our hope is that this is going to connect with board goals so that we can make sure that we are moving this district forward into the future. So that's my portion. And then I'm going to turn it over to, I think, Kathy, who's going to start the conversation or work with you on the board goals.
Yes.
Thank you, James. So we, just to give you where we've been and where we are now, how we got here. As you remember, we were assigned to this committee in August 23. We developed and defined at that time 4 pillars: safety, belonging, opportunity, and achievement. And then we brought them to you in February just to make sure that we were on the right track. And then, as stated then, and I think it's worth repeating, the work of the board goal committee has been based on the following statement. The purpose of board goals should orient on student experience and achievement, unify priorities across the organization, provide a consistent picture, be student-focused, non-technical, and set cooperatively with the superintendent. Goals should last 5 years in line with existing planning. And that's really so key that I think that we should always talk about it when we're talking about board goals. The committee itself met 7 times between March and May, and what we did was define the goals. We created measures for each goal and developed a feedback loop to have regular and meaningful reporting on the goals, which we all know is singularly important if you have them to check in. One of the biggest priorities that we had during that time was try to align the measurements to data the district was already collecting as much as possible. We weren't able to do that completely, but we did try. At the final meeting before we showed it to you in May, we had Superintendent Hugh and Dr. Klinger there to confirm that we were on the right track with what the data was that was being collected. On May 15th, as you recall, we met with you and presented a draft document for your input. We wanted to be sure the definitions were clear, concise, and no matter who read them, they'd have a universal understanding of what the definitions were. We made changes as a result of your comments. One of the examples that I'll give you is that we removed vigilance and replaced it with shared accountability. And we really looked back at your comments, and that really framed some of the rest of the work that we did. So because we were really trying to refine the goal statements and measurements, and it was really kind of important to have continued influence from the district, Dr. Klinger joined us for the last several meetings, and her input was essential, and her help with organizing the data was invaluable. So here we are today with the final product we'd like to present. There are a few points that we want you to be aware of as we go through this. Number one is that we changed the term pillars and measurements to conditions and monitors, and which you'll get a depth of that in the presentation. We also heard from the retreat, I think it was you, Chris, that we wanted to make sure that the document was readable to all groups. And we intend to do that, but we have not done it now. We wanted to get it set first with bold measurements and make sure all of that was stable, I guess. And then that'll be like, okay, now how do we change it just to be readable so we don't lose any nuance to do that first? Our intent, as you'll see throughout this document, is to define success as progress on a continuum toward a goal, rather than just being able to say we're successful only when the goal is met in the finite. Our work was aligned with the information from the board meeting planner, and that was just created in the last couple of years. And I think we need to do a better job of always going back to that and using that as a resource. Because we really want that and these goals to be a daily, every minute kind of overreaching guide for the board. So I'm going to wrap up at the end with a few things, but one of them is, as you go through this and understand it, we have a couple of options. Number one is we can approve these today if you're comfortable with it. And if you aren't, then let's define what needs to be fixed. But we will want to look at it really quickly, like in the next work session. I know it's packed, but it will be important. And you'll see why, because this will be our data gathering year. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Blake to go over the framework.
Okay. I might stand for this. Okay with you, even if it's in the back of it. I can't be doing a great job queuing it up, and I'm gonna carry the ball very clumsily across the goal line right here. So as a bit of background, Kathy got into this. We wanted to start from what the function of the board is. Our job is to represent the community's interest in public education. That's what we do. We represent those who pay for it, who provide their students to it. And So for us, it was about bringing accountability and transparency through this process. Not that it hasn't already existed, so that's why we talk about the alignment of practices across the district, right? Functionally, these are the means by which we assess our progress toward our mission to inspire and empower each student and our vision to produce graduates who will thrive in an ever-changing global community. So in addition, they should align with our values. So where we did look at a number of documents to help in this process. We looked at the continuous improvement plan, school improvement plans. We talked about mission, vision, values, strategic goals of the district, and the portrait of the graduate work that was done back in 18. So Kathy talked about the terms, and I'm going to orient you to them, and then we'll talk through the specific. So we're functioning with three main terms. First is conditions. That's the underlying target. The philosophy of the document is that were we to fulfill these conditions, we will have achieved our mission, we will have achieved our vision if it were fulfilled for each student in our district. So the conditions are critically important. That's why we brought them to you multiple times, called them a number of different things. But conditions comes from some strategic planning kind of theory that you can set conditions, you can pursue conditions. It's an environmental word about. It's an experiential word, so that's. So I'm going to walk through each of those. The ones we and you've heard them since February, is safety, belonging, opportunity, and achievement. Those are our conditions for every student in the district. So safety, defined here, is an environment in which physical security, emotional support, and intellectual freedom coexist through shared accountability, care, and respect. We talked about this more in February and May with you, but those three components, physical security, emotional support, and intellectual freedom, don't naturally coexist. That's why it's an effort, it's a shared effort to keep those in effect in perfect tension. Because if you measure those out in perfect tension, what produces is true safety, safety for each student. That's why we defined it that way. Belonging is the connection of students, staff, and community to their schools, and to each other, recognizing that each individual is a valuable part of our educational community. This is, the communities within community idea of belonging. Our students belong to their schools. We want them to experience their school as a place where they schools belong to their community, to our schools with that belonging. Our schools, connecting outward, we want them connecting inward. The idea of opportunity is an awareness of and unhindered access to quality instruction and breadth of experiences that ignite curiosity and develop skills to launch students toward personal fulfillment, positive contributions to society. In opportunity, we talk about breadth, a wide enough runway that our students identify the unique ways in which they can contribute to this world and the unique ways in which the world needs them, and in sufficient depth to really launch them on the trajectory that would spark their passion. And achievement is the intentional, determined, and confident pursuit of individual and collective excellence through the development of critical thinking, creativity, and problem-solving skills. We put three words there: intentional, determined, and confident. Intentional is to mean that it's not accidental achievement. It's not our students stumbling into achievement, defaulting to achievement. Determined means rigorous enough that our students are experiencing the safety of failure. And then confidence so that they can grow out of that failure and experience success that's meaningful. Okay. So the conditions again, fulfilled, represent the fulfillment of our purpose. So we're always chasing those conditions. In order to do that, we set up indicators along the way, and those are our goal statements and monitors to a lesser degree. So our goals are actual measurable progress. We're saying for us to get to this condition or these conditions, in some cases, this is what it's going to look like in this function. So goal statements are deliberately narrow. We ended with 9 goal statements currently, and some of those are only in future years as a proposal to the board. Yeah, those goals are indicators along the way. We evaluated those goal statements on the basis of 5 categories. We didn't grade them or anything like that, but it may spark our discussion. So pertinence, whether the goal closely relates to the condition that the district is pursuing. Effectiveness, whether the achievement of the goal would reflect accurately the improvement of our conditions. Durability, will the goals information be available for use in the future? Timeliness, is it current when we receive it? And availability, is it available without undue distraction from our core purpose of teaching and learning? Many of the goals that we ended on, as you'll see, and maybe I've already seen your people, is we're very much data gathering. We want to get baseline data, and that reflects the patients that Kathy talked about in this process. We want this over a 5-year horizon at minimum. We want to have appropriate patients to make sure we're gathering the information that's effective and pertinent, like we talked about, and projectable in the future. So you'll see a lot of established baseline data, and that's just where we ended. Okay. Monitors, on the other hand, are things that we get information about routinely. It's stuff that either statutorily or by policy or by best practice, we receive information, but might not be primed and ready to be a goal statement, or might present unnecessary risk. I'll use the medical example here. There was a brief season when it was thought that that's compensation for physician systems was patient satisfaction. This was in the early mid-90s, maybe. What resulted in that is if you wanted to get the highest compensation, then you needed the highest patient satisfaction scores. That drove their business. So if a patient came in wanting a particular pain med, you didn't prescribe it in their best interest. So that patient wrote you down to that score. All of a sudden, you're chasing maybe the wrong foods. And wasn't causative of our current problems, but it certainly, didn't stop. So there's plenty of examples in education where we be aware of those trip ups, and we talked about that at length. Okay, how would this affect behavior potentially in a negative way, or how would this affect reporting in a negative way? Okay. All right, so that brings us to 2 tables that have the same information. So table 1 are proposed goal statements. Table 2 are proposed goal statements, but they're aligned to their conditions. Okay, and what you'll see is those conditions are a shared destination. A lot of these goal statements support multiple, and in fact, you could probably argue in a lot of cases they support all of them. But we tried to be a little bit more surgical about it, and very much worth discussion whether you would agree with it or if we should change some of these.
Doing great.
Okay.
I don't want to. No, great.
Okay, so in the tables, you'll see year 0 and year 1 plus. Year 0 reflects this academic year. And it's critical to know, and I want to make sure that this is a very open invitation to the superintendent and district leadership, that we should have a conversation if there's unrest in any of these here. But this isn't blind to them. James spent time with us, Tracy spent time with us, talking about what is practical, what's effective. So that's where we, okay, so I'm going to go year 0 and then go to the parallel column year 1 plus as we talked this week. So the first one is to establish baseline student educational equity development, which is called the SEED survey participation and response data. Tracy alerted us to this. It's an ODE requirement for this year that students are offered the chance to respond to this survey. The beauty of the survey is it's not something that we have to invent, and that many of the questions, and this is a durable survey, meaning it will last. Many of the questions are aligned to safety, opportunity, belonging, and achievement, particularly safety, opportunity, and belonging. And so we started looking through that, and because the grayed out area, I'm going to preempt Tracy's concern here that I share. Yeah, I'll talk about it, but section 9, section 30, that's ambiguous. But anyway, so establishing baseline participation response data, we want to know where we stand with it. Because what our goals committee ultimately would propose, or the next goals committee to propose, would be to sustain or improve representative participation rates in the seed survey for students. We don't know where we stand. We came back 20%. And by the way, this is a 3rd grade through 12th grade survey. If it came back and we only had 10% response, it wasn't very representative. That's going to be a significant improved effort. And I think the board would talk about how we leverage resources to happen. Then there are sections within that I think the board will want to look at for the future, the district will want to look at. Sure. We identified like there's a question 9 on there that's across every one of them that very much talks about feelings of safety. There's another section that talks about specifically how much school connected with my passion. That's at the high school level, for example. There are specific responses that I think really get after our conditions. So going back to 1.1, which is a completely arbitrary number system, I think what I was getting at there is all of them are just subsets. So establish baseline seed participation response data, then sustain or improve that participation data. Then looking underneath the nested information, improve positive response rates, which we strongly agree with statements related to feelings of safety and belonging, as well as feelings of opportunity. The first one connects, therefore, with safety, belonging, and opportunity. That's on the right conditions, the SBO. Second on safety and belonging, and third one, opportunity. If you do, the website is down in the footnote. If you're interested, you can review every single one of those surveys and see what we're doing. Okay, jumping down to 1.4 then, improve regular attendance rate at the K-5, 6 through 8, and 9 through 12 levels to 73%, 65%, 55% respectively. That would represent a global 2% improvement. Being as we're entering this at year 0, being as we wanted to enter year 0, aligned with our current district efforts, there's a lot to learn. A lot to learn about why students aren't there. You know, these goals are mutually supportive. That's a proposed rate. Year 1 and on would be an improvement of that rate. That comes with the caveat, so we understand what there might be more upstream goals that we would want to just simply improve.
Can I ask what it is? Like, how much of a percentage increase is that for?
It's a 2 for each level. Is right. I think that's.
Yeah. And our goal, so within our integrated grants, we also had to set attendance goals. And I think for that, it was 59.5 at the district. So those are right in there. I looked at our dashboard. Yeah. Sense of where we're at last year for those numbers.
Tracy, can you define regular attendance for?
Yes. So regular attenders is the percentage of students that are attending more than 90% of the days in a year. So different from daily attendance rates, and our daily attendance rate might be 92%, where on Friday, 92% of our students showed up, right? That's different than regular attendance, where it's how often are kids coming to school and are they attending more than 90% of the days?
The day more than 4 periods, might not say.
Yeah.
What was your question, Ron?
The 10-day goals. So after their.
How does that affect?
It doesn't really, because the numbers are gathered at specific times. Unless it happens to be that 10-day right.
Just change the percent.
And most kids, if we do unenroll and they want to come back, it's really a key stroke function getting.
Like, I think this goal ties in nicely with your initiative.
Can you speak up a little bit louder, James?
This is ties nicely with our Be Here initiative that we're trying to promote positive attendance for our students. And, you know, the district is also participating in a national conversation about that with AASA, which is our national superintendents. And we have a working cohort that to understand better how to engage our students more frequently within our schools. And so this year zero is actually good for us to get some baseline data and to really learn about what are the barriers for students attending on a regular basis, because it could be engagement, it could be, you know, adults support, it could be a lot of factors. So I think that this actually fits nicely, and I appreciate the specificity about 2%, because that is well within what we're trying to do. Our hope is going to be a lot higher when we look at the baseline data, but we're not going to know. And so this is actually something that's really, I think, positive for all of us, because I feel like, you know, we've identified this last year that attendance was a huge issue. We probably know this for a couple of years now. So our participation and our understanding of this just fits nicely.
It kind of matches with some current research too. Many professional organizations and educational research groups are saying 2030 is when we really start seeing a change throughout the country, because everybody's experiencing the same challenge.
The thing I'll add about the Be Here campaign being about adults also is that what we're hearing from our students is that it matters if their teacher is there. If their teacher's not there, they're less likely to attend. So kind of getting that, you know, awareness and the importance of that is really important to our kids.
And just for clarity, Tracy, it's because there's a substitute.
Right.
There's not,
Person.
when you say the teacher's not there, it sounds like there's no one there.
Right.
There is someone there, but it's not their regular teacher.
But added to what Tracy said, when you back to research, staff attendance has been as impacted nationwide as student attendance. So having teachers there and to make students want to be there, all that's connected.
And it creates that cycle. Kids are misbehaving to their teachers, and the teachers are the one who's because they're stressed out about student behavior and they're gone.
Or even if you remove behaviors from the conversation, it's continuity of instruction is key.
And where it seems like attendance should be something that would be quick and easy to fix, it's not. It's really a slow, like you shared, like it's a slow change over time. And we learned that even pre-pandemic with some of the attendance initiatives that we have, it was like 0.5% or 1% was like, okay, we're making some kind of progress.
I wonder, because the regular tenure is such a wonky, most of it like the state majors in. But we also have the data of like true attendance. Like, is it like maybe our true attendance is 80%?
What do you mean by sure?
I would mean like, yeah, like on average, what percentage of kids are attending, period? Like what's their attendance?
The number of days attended, and that's kind of how that's calculated. If you look at, because I track that very, very closely on a regular basis, monthly, ad nauseam. What some of my friends say. And if I look at student stuff last year, between 24, when you look at that broad attendance number, then you go by grade level, for instance, last year at the end of the year, kindergarten was at 88.3.
Yeah.
But when you look at those that were greater than 90, between 80 and 90 and below 80, that breaks out and it becomes much less because that's a consistent attendance piece.
Yeah.
But on a daily basis, 88.3% were there. Individually, very different numbers.
And so to your point, Sean, and what the conversation should be about today is that if the state requires it, we're collecting it. But if that measurement doesn't make as much sense to our community with whom, or whom we are representing, then we should add something else. Not that we won't take that away, but as a different perspective, you know, so people can see both numbers, because I think people are gonna resonate more with than just how many people are here per day. So I'm just, I don't know how that would fit in or what we do, but those are the kind of conversations we should be having.
The counter to that too is, when principals and office staff are working with a parent, they are talking about, hey, you've been here below 80%, or you've been here between 80 and 90%. What can we do to help with that too? So those individual conversations are. But for a broad number, I think it's easier for most of the community to digest 88.3%.
As long as we're being clear about, we're not trying to say that because the numbers are higher. It's because that's what
I think
makes
it would be
it
a vote.
could be both.
Sure. But I
And a
think,
goal to vote.
yeah, my question there would be is, do you see overall attendance? To me, it's a number of consequence, but do you see it that way?
I see it as a number of consequence, but when you get to the building level, I see that work with individual kids and families as more. It should be, yes.
It can mask what's causing the attendance issue.
Yeah.
Right? So if you're just looking at percentage of kids that show up every day, you're not looking at who is
Who's not
struggling
showing
to
up.
attend and why are they struggling to attend. So you don't get to the same root of why there's an attendance problem. But certainly both numbers.
So David has had a,
Well, I'm actually reading the seed survey and it's actually got a lot of very good questions. My question is how does this information get compiled to something?
We don't know yet. We'll learn that more in October. I'm gonna reflect the conversation we had. As a committee. It's very likely to be disaggregated and, like to a pretty low level, so we could look at certainly grade level is the expectation. And demographics within that grade level because of the way that the survey is administered in our schools.
In layman's terms. When this is all
can you
gathered,
speak up a little bit?
when all this information is gathered, where does it go after that? How does it-
Maybe, you know,
Yeah.
I would just say we would anticipate a report from the state, because this is state collected data. They'll do whatever they do with it. They'll send us a report. And then once we see that, then I think we'll be able to make some decisions about what do we even know from this? One of the challenges that Blake started to highlight was we're required to offer the survey, but kids aren't required to
I
take
saw
it.
that. Yes,
right?
on their iReader.
Right, or they could take 3 questions and decide they're bored and stop. So we're required to offer it to all of our students in summer school as well. So, you know, we're hoping that there's some information there. But some of it is we don't know what we're gonna get
Sure.
yet, and then we'll kind of go from there. We don't know when we're gonna get it either.
Well, the questions I'm reading under, I think there's gonna be more participation than anticipated.
Hope so.
Hopefully.
And I would hope that we as educators in our educational environment are going to promote the opportunities, because I think we can influence that a lot, right? By saying this is important for all of us to take. I think sometimes when we say here's an option, and if you don't give enough information, if I'm a young person, I'm 16, it's my time where this is important because we're trying to evaluate the effectiveness of our public education program or our ability to connect based on goals that the board has or priorities that the district has. I think if we explain the why in advance, we just need to do a better job with that on the front end prior to doing that. I think back to what Tracy was mentioning around, like, we'll learn a lot about the information when it gets disaggregated. At the very least, we're sharing it with buildings, and buildings are sharing it with staff, and we're sharing it with our individual communities. But as a board, we're gonna make sure that you have the information so that it can inform decisions that we to
So
make.
that was exactly. the part.
That's what I can at least share at this juncture without knowing the specifics after it's given. But I would hope that we're gonna put forward an initiative or some kind of public service announcement to say, seed service coming out, you know, we've got some board goals, we've got some district priorities. It's important for people to participate, you know, thank you in advance, you know, and just kind of giving people the why. I think I would be more willing to participate and having families say to the kids, okay, the seed survey is coming out. Please make sure you get that done, because parents will listen, kids will listen to their parents, and then if their teacher or somebody at school is saying that, it might not go over so well. So we just need to do some proactive communication.
We had that exact conversation in the committee and even talked about sharing the importance with our students about why the board specifically is using this and how it speaks to our goals and that their voices are really being heard in our board goals. But we need that response. So.
And beyond just this one seed survey, what it worked into is the first idea was, well, we should send out a letter. The connectivity between board, parent, student goals and what we're trying to accomplish from even a broader sense. But then it got to the board actually doing a video before the survey that says, hey, we care about what you think. And we can't make good decisions unless we know what you think. And so, I mean, to that point, and I guess sitting here today, and how that sparked, James, your ideas, is that that's exactly what we want these goals to be doing, is what change can we make, in a very pretty simple way to kind of connect some of these goals with the day-to-day operations. And I think slowly over time, we'll see really better results. So I love that idea.
Well, it is our job to, because I know like in my community, a lot of people complain to me about the seed survey. We really need to do.
I think it's also the community will need to see that we're not just saying we're doing something with it.
Right.
But
But we're actually using the
action.
data.
But that's what this provides, Myra, you're exactly right. But maybe, and we're getting off topic a little bit, but the ideas of what we can do as a board member on my Facebook page, hey, the seed survey is coming out, but I don't know that. Make sure, please, I personally, Kathy Keepley, want your results, so, hand out gift cards for every kid that'll take it. But that, I mean, those are the ideas that we should brainstorm on.
And circling back to the attendance thing, so I'm fine with it, right? But are you saying that what I call it true attendance, or meaning like what the break, regular attendance,
Yeah.
is maybe less indicative of the problem than
The bigger the group, the more indicative, but it doesn't get to that individual piece where students are being worked with in different.
But I do think that it's surprising data.
Yeah.
Right? It's surprising here that we may only have, 55% of our high schoolers showing, or, with regular attendance, but on any given day, 80 or 85% of them are there. Like that,
Yeah.
There's different narratives that come with that. And the other piece of our conversation was the value of multiple data points when you're talking about something, right? So it might be that both are something that.
And it's also helpful to look at the big picture too, because you will see a bell curve that's been true since I've been in education. Kindergarten through second grade attend at a lower rate. 10th through 12th grade attend at a lower rate. Middle school, 3rd through 5th, attend at a higher rate. Why, I don't have any idea, but that bell curve has been consistent even with the pandemic. And then that foundational skills that come in kindergarten and first grade, that's impacted in a huge way, affects academics all the way through.
It sounds like the consensus is to add a second component to that, particularly when you can have such a clear reason why the state requires this, it gives this picture. We also track this because we need it for, individual conversations, whatever it is.
And I'm wondering if that's an example of where regular attendance might be the goal, but daily attendance might be the monitor.
I agree.
So-
And I was gonna propose the same, that maybe we make sure that our attendance report that we receive would contain both, but we stay focused on that. I think.
So it's that regular attendance goal and then what was
Daily.
daily is, there we go. Thank you.
Great.
All
right, moving on.
We'll roll that into I would also just, under 1.4, I would like to take the document, if on the chance that you choose to approve the document, I would just like to have the footnote that defines that's right, especially get this primed up as a public facing document, which will take the support of communications team probably.
Yeah, because I think that it looks very confusing, because when I see as a public member without 72% of people attend 9 out of 10 days. It looks like, oh my God, kids are not in school.
Yeah.
I agree. And, yeah, I'm glad you brought that. That would honestly be the only reason, and I think that makes it a bad reason to me to include that what you call true attendance is just to say like, hey, public, look, it's not, this isn't terrible. But I hear what Tracy and John are saying, they might not get at the fact of the problem.
And I don't want to go any further down the rabbit hole, but we do have a comment in here about co-curricular activities. Do kids involved in co-curricular show up? So that's a big, you have to show up in order to be able to.
And Chris, that exact reason is why co-curricular is part of these goals, not just because, but because it has this sort of clear correlation between.
Well, that makes more sense than when you're saying we're gonna allocate money towards co-curricular. Why? Because kids come to school to learn, they learn then so that they can do their co-curricular, big circle, right?
Exactly.
All right. There, I set it up.
Well, except I gotta somehow fumble through 1.5. That's the issue.
We don't.
Yeah, so implement consistent, district-wide. By the way, like some for future, we talked about the impact of staff attendance. We did not infuse that as a goal or a monitor. If we want that as a board, then we need to talk about that and probably discuss it with the sensitivity that it deserves, with the team that is at the table.
I think it would be interesting to compare publicly staff attendance with students. Because our kids are put on the spot all the time.
Well, and that's maybe where you look at the true and cool book, that, like, is. It'd be hard for us to come up with like the staff. But if you look at students are in general, what is staff in general?
I think, yeah, we could circle back to that conversation. Even if we discover that it would be appropriate to put in year 0, it might be a year 1, like, okay, now we've got some real data that we're working with. What's next?
I mean, especially when you can add it as a monitor. But recognize, I love that, this format of goal. And things as they come up, which is ultimately, as we go through this, that's ultimately the goal. Don't change the goals. Add and delete monitors and set expectations for future years.
I have the last 3 years of daily average of attendance when students are present already. I started tracking that last year.
Oh.
So.
So,
Yeah, we have some numbers.
so I'll go forward. Here's an example. Just to talk about the staff, for example. Here's an example where if we set a goal, okay, X% staff, particularly teaching staff, is present X%. It's a reasonable goal. I think for employers nationwide, there would be a shifting employee dynamic. It makes sense. The potential fallout of that would be if you're not comparative regionally. If all you've got is the stick of driving up attendance, but regionally, you're a less desirable place because of the lack of stability or whatever it is. Those are the kinds of things we would talk through and say, maybe that's not an appropriate goal, but definitely as a monitor because we know.
Just like every other number, there's always variables. By contract, every district allows different numbers of different kinds of leave and different amounts. We actually allow a lot, and it's used a lot. So that does play into this. And then dinging somebody for a contractually guaranteed leave is a problem. So you have to go with patterns. So where you are with attendance. And we are starting to look at patterns a lot more. We'll miss some specific.
I think a good example or a good extra piece to that is if we use that as a monitor, staff attendance as a monitor, and we see that it really is impacting student attendance in a comparable way, but negative, yeah. Then what else can we do? We can't just say you can use your contractual, agreed upon leave, but is a building sub that's there every day that has a relationship with students impacting that in a positive way as opposed to a different sub whenever the students, like, so what else can we do? Like, and that's why it would be a good monitor, in my opinion, because it could lead to some other ideas about how to help have a positive impact without taking away those contractual.
And I think that the thing that, James, you just talked about with the convocation and, self-care and all of those things, it hopefully is going to create an environment. So rather than saying, you need to be here more, you create an environment where people want to be here. And then, that's the solution because, and guess what it does? It makes the belonging fall. When everybody really, when you created an for everybody, and what that means, it's not easy and it's slow, but it means solving some of the discipline issues. It means having processes in place that whether we fix it or not completely, which we never will, perfection is impossible. But we are intentionally trying to solve problems and have resources in the right places to give them the most support. That makes a difference. I just got goosebumps saying that. That would be, that's what the teachers want to see in staff.
When you
and
look at,
students.
when you look at causality and wanting to be coincidentally, right. Substantial.
Drives up the average of people.
Oh,
Drives up the number, the daily absences, 5 days, are huge.
Teachers or students?
Teachers,
And I think,
And is it teachers or is it all staff?
all staff,
Okay.
that's a good question, all staff.
I think the staff attendance could be an indicator or monitor. For staff satisfaction. That's kind of what you're driving. How satisfied is our staff? And you can narrow down the buildings, like, is there a building that has a much higher on average staff attendance? And then district-wide, like, what is our staff culture? Or staff
Is it K
satisfaction?
through 3? Is it 6 through 8?
Yeah.
Is it 9th grade?
So it would be a good indicator or monitor.
Monitor, yeah.
Yes.
Well, what about implement consistent district-wide collection reporting practices for district incidents? The idea here is a new disciplinary handbook rolling out that includes a referral process. And so we talked at length about this one as well. Rather than jump out the gate and say, zero tolerance or whatever, what we want to do is really establish a baseline. And what's important to the board goals committee that I think is important to the board, that's what we said it, is establishing a consistency or ensuring consistency to the report. That's what's most important. Then we don't talk about the interventions in our goals. We don't talk about the outcomes in our goals. Yet what we want is to make sure there's an alignment of practice from a referral standpoint. District. And we, talking to Tracy, talking to James originally, the disciplinary handbook seems to be that framework. And so that's what we level as the goal for year 0. The idea being, and I think just the clarity being, the questions the board's going to ask over year 0 is how aligned are these practices? How confident are you in the fidelity of the numbers we're seeing? That's really the focus in year 0. Then I think it leads to a year 1 on, which meaning next academic year. If there are specific referral types, if that's what, so in effect, and I think we're going over that. Okay, so we'll talk about that later. You'll see that list and those categories. The board in partnership with the district could say, you know what, we need a full court press on this incident type, or we need a full court press on this age group across all major referrals, for example. I think it gives the board some flexibility in year one, and the district flexibility in year one to really get at the areas we need to.
And I would agree, you know, this being year zero, we're still establishing the rolling out of the discipline handbook. So when we talk about fidelity of process, ensuring that that's happening, I cannot say with full transparency that that's there yet. But the goal, since we adopted it in the early spring, was for us to have some time to be able to share with administrators and for them to share with teachers and staff, as well as our families and ultimately the students. So that is the goal for this year, is to make sure that we do have some fidelity in procedure and practice, so that based on whatever the, you know, numbers baseline looks like, then we can inform some data points for the next year, which I think will be important in this next spring, to say, based on what we're seeing and based on the fidelity of the rollout, what can we legitimately say should be goals for us moving into the 25 school year. So I think this kind of levels sets an expectation of the work is needing to be done now, and making sure that we have that fidelity in from every elementary school to middle school times for this district, so that we can give you accurate information, because otherwise, right now, I would say it'll be inaccurate at best. And we're not understanding what for this specific incident, this is how it should be put into the system, and then it's consistent between all of our schools. So I do appreciate the level of understanding and awareness, but more specificity will be coming. But I feel like this year, and our team knows that we have to do a good job of making sure that it's rolled out in all of our schools. And so all of our educators, not just our teachers, are classified in our administrative staff, as well as our students and families, understand that this is the framework for us moving forward. So I think this makes a lot of sense. Year zero implementation, expectation, looking at data, and then making some decisions in the spring about what year one could look like.
I do want to caution though, as I want the, like, say, the reduction in whatever, but I also don't want pressure to falsify the data in a sense where it's like, oh, wait, we have less incidents, but we don't, but in a collection.
It is balanced.
And that's exactly, we waffled on, is this a monitor, is it a goal? Here's where we landed on, that's why the critical of James talking about the alignment of their practice. We want, if a child, you know, dysregulates and acts away and he's disoriented, that incident should be reported the same as if a different child dysregulated and acted a certain way. Once that, we're confident in that as a whole. And in the district, that's when we move forward with full awareness of those information. The reality is we live in an age of instant information. The days of public agencies hiding behind false numbers or a false sense of security. And we'd be foolish to go.
And to, I'm sorry, just really quickly to that point, it's why progression along the continuum is a indication of success. Because if we can get consistent data, we've moved ourselves towards the goal, as opposed to just doing lowering the numbers. So hopefully that will help too.
So, I know that we have the revision of the discipline handbook. It was huge. We had the consultant, we had a lot of people that were involved with it. And so as it goes into the rollout, and I've heard this in several different scenarios, having training so that you understand the difference of what happened before, or what you think you remembered in the handbook from 10 years ago. And James, you just mentioned again, students and families. I'm going to go back to my 10 years ago when we would get the handbook sent home. You had to sign the front cover page that you read it. And I guarantee you, I bet there would be at least 90% of the parents who did not read it. They signed it, turned it in, and that was that. So they were real surprised when their kid was disciplined in some fashion over something that happened. So what is the, parent teacher groups, a night, a pizza and popcorn night? Food always brings people in, but how are you gonna monitor that people understand the people who are closest to the children before they come into the schools. And not make it feel like my student's being singled out, that student didn't get disciplined, mine did. How are we gonna make this thing work? And likewise for the board, again, because I don't have kids at school anymore, make sure that the board understands what that document is and what's the framework for staff to be able to use the document so that it works. Because I do believe it's going to work, but it will only work if people say, there's something new I need to learn here, and not rely on, I've been doing this job for 20 years, I don't need to look at another student handbook again. So that's sort of my thoughts.
That was,
Did I steal your thunder?
no. To that point is 100,000% of the information I want. And so my only interjection here would be, I want to know exactly what the rollout is for training and everything. And I don't necessarily want it as an answer right now to stay on track with the goals.
Right.
But I almost would like a whole presentation on that specifically. And I wasn't sure if we're getting it. Not maybe an overview today, but if not.
I'll give you an
overview, but we certainly will come back to a future because I would like to kind of understand it myself and because I'm taking some notes on just based on these conversations on what our team should be paying attention to. And, you know, then we have to have conversations with buildings and the buildings have to have conversations with, again, families and staff and ultimately the students. So in order for all this to work, I guess I can say just on the surface, like, it's good that this is year zero, so that we can ensure that those things get implemented with the.
And it's all, no. So it's also good as well, because we get questions from parents, and usually happy parents don't call us. That's just so for making sure that the board understands where the direction is supposed to go.
Yeah, I just want to also clarify that specifically the goal doesn't talk about how each student is disciplined, because like in Blake's example, there's dysregulation with a student, a third grade student at East Orange, and there's dysregulation with a fifth grade student at Kelly Creek, whatever it is. The goal is that the reporting would be consistent so that we can see the baseline, what's going on in our schools before we get to a year one goal of potentially reducing. So we just want that incoming information to be consistent district-wide. And instead of, like you said, focus on how is one kid getting disciplined or this parent upset because this kid is or this kid isn't, that's a lot more nuanced and circumstantial. So we didn't want that to be the focus. We wanted the reporting to be consistent.
Just a quick apology, the noises you're hearing, they're testing the alarms this morning, unfortunately, between 8 and 10.
I wasn't sure if we were supposed to go
No.
out. We're gonna fire alarm.
We'll know if they need to exit the building.
So the last point about that, James, just for your preparation for when this does come back to the board, is that one of the things that has been, we heard it with OSBA when they said, have a goal, create measurements, and then you've got to be checking in with the feedback loop. And now seeing that in action and really solidifying that exercise, I would ask that you do the same with the disciplinary handbook. So I would expect as a board, after its rollout and after, we hear what the training is, that there's a feedback loop date that we say what is not working and what is working. So that that's a document that continues to be refined and get better. Okay.
1.6 is the one that Chris queued up 20 minutes ago. Establish baseline participation data for 9 to 12 students who participate in CT pathway and or. This is a goal with ambition behind it. The idea that the committee landed on sitting there is that in our conversation, that the student were to be engaged in a CTE pathway or a co-curricular activity or an extracurricular activity, that student's going to have a sense of belonging or percentage of that chance of that student having a sense of belonging, being present in school. So it's not just about the implicit opportunity that's available through those programs. It's also the sense of belonging and achievement that's gonna come through it. So we wanted to start, we talked about an aggregated data point, kind of a unique data point. Tracy met with Tim about it to say like what's accessible and available. And in the end, I think this is the safest launch point for us because all of this information is contained, as I understand it, in Synergy. You could also co-curricular, by the way, we define as a credit-bearing activity. That's school sponsored. So you're like band, choir, drama, teaching debate we talked about, but I don't think it's a credit-bearing activity.
It can be, we just don't have any classes right now.
Oh, yeah, so, as soon as, so we defined it in our own way, and that's why I flag it for the educators, because we define it however the heck we want it to. So,
It made perfect sense to us.
so you might want to check the definition against what is
Did
real.
the board talk about the coherence of this specific goal to graduation rates? Because I think there are data points that at least I have been familiar with, which connect participation in extracurricular, co-curricular, CTE, and diplomas.
We don't have.
I think we talked broadly about these goals, because you'll see we don't have a nested improved graduation rates to X, because the implicit is if we land these, those numbers will.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, so I mean, I certainly.
And you see the correlation.
I see the correlation there, and that could be causation data, right? Eventually, I mean, I know, I'm just trying to better understand, because as I'm thinking through, and again, I want to make sure that we are able to gather the information, but I do know that, John, you can correct me, because I think we have data, at least at our high schools, that shows the participation data rates for extracurricular, co-curricular, CTE, and then I think there's some correlation. We have data at the state level, right? We haven't done the graduation. Yeah.
But that's really the purpose of Measure 98 is
Yeah.
CTE and graduation rates. So the state actively does that work. And that's what our conversation at the goal team was in terms of, like, we can make a lot of assumptions about other activities that need that, but we don't have that like hard data in the same way.
Although I do think it might be worth mentioning somewhere, because in every goal statement for every board in the world, it says improve graduation rates and ours best. So maybe just a footnote that says that is our goal, and we believe all of these things will get us there. So it's still something that we are striving for. We're doing it not in a just put the goal out there. You know what I mean? Something
If you show up, if you engage,
Yeah.
if you're.
If you
feel safe.
All of those.
Like you want.
just as a note. And
Agreed, Kathy, good.
And there's some complexities that can come with it.
Yeah.
In terms of percentage of students overall that are engaged in one of these activities. And then how does it change things if John's involved in 3 of those things?
Right.
And Tracy's only doing 1, right? So there's a whole lot of opportunity there, but we gotta like start small and
Sure.
measure it there.
Figure out what data we have and.
Right, but it also, if there is a little bit more of a, not an exact tie, but that connection to graduation rate, then it allows for time and money to be spent on what things impact that. Attendance, being here, belonging, and being able to look into why are students not belonging? Why are students not showing up? Why? And unless you have an ultimate goal of, because we want you to be here to graduate, then it kind of all falls apart. Then you've got just a bunch of very nice things to do, but ultimately it's for kids to be successful through their career and have some form of finish with their education opportunity.
You can
So
ask.
I need you to speak up a little bit, Myra, it's noisy here.
So you can add a statement regarding graduation rate.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Your Conditions,
Okay.
why those conditions, and why those. goals.
Okay,
Yeah, like to Kathy's point about that,
Yeah.
that's
So that it's not implied, but you're actually.
it's the causation.
well, and it does feel like oftentimes you can spend the money on something that's a goal. And if it's not somewhere at least implied, then people will say, well, why are you spending money on that survey? Why are you spending money on that research? Because we're looking to find out how to impact this outcome.
And to Myra's point, it's just a qualifying statement to conditions. I
Yeah.
like that.
And
And show
where-
one brief and then I'm gonna bring you back to Blake.
Yeah, so just briefly, I mean, I think that the goal or whatever is already in there because it says these conditions will reflect the achievements of the district mission, vision, and purpose. And so, I mean, obviously, it's to inspire. So graduation is implied, and there's something we need to have.
Well, and our vision is graduates.
Yeah.
Like, so that's what I was gonna propose,
Okay,
is that
okay.
what I do is just expand that statement,
Yeah.
Okay,
you know, kind
Yeah,
of
yeah,
clarify.
yeah.
yeah, good.
Well, and it does say it's the vision to produce graduates.
Yeah.
With thriving and entertaining.
Yeah, so I think it's already there, so we don't need to.
As we look for a public facing document, I might.
okay.
Yeah.
I
Just
might
I
look
do-
at how we simplify, clarify.
We got it,
Mhm.
but James brought it up because it wasn't, like specifically stated, and so we got back there, but for public, I think it should be stated.
All right, Blake, back to you.
So then, in subsequent years, what we'd be looking to propose, the future board goals committee would be an improved participation rate of 9-12 students in those same activities. Just continue to find the opportunities that, our students respond to, and then expand that to include extracurricular. There's a data collecting burden to that, but we want to get this year to kind of strategize how to implement that. We do see a critical importance, the inclusion of that over time. And those, like we already talked about, reflect the conditions of belonging, opportunity, and achievement for those reasons. 1.8, on this to reflect on the K-8 side for year 0, we want to just establish K-8 co-curricular and extracurricular opportunities, building. So we talked about maybe, we obviously talked a lot about how we crack the eggs, but that's not our job to do. One possibility would be a student improvement, like when we have those student presentations. Hey, by the way, these are the opportunities that are available to our students outside the classroom. But what we want is just to get a concept of what's enduring as an opportunity for students from K-8 by school, and what is, how does that change over time? Trying to be getting that grasp. And then we want to, that's year 0 is just kind of figure out what we're doing. And then year 1 would be get some baseline data so that we can start K-8 levels. Propagation. All right. And then 1.9, establish baseline multi-tiered systems of support academic data, tier distribution. And we can work through the phrasing here because I think I might have missed a note there. Tier distribution means universal support, additional support, intensified support. This came from a presentation we've received over the last 2 years, I think. That, MTSS, that's the behavioral and disciplinary component, but this is talking specifically about the academic component where students are arrayed depending on outcomes of a number of inputs. Whether they, I think the state distribution of the model was 80-15-5. And we want to start pursuing that alignment, but right now we want to establish that baseline data with fidelity. That's year 0. So what goes into the MTSS distribution is iReady, Dibbles, Star. Our credits reflected in that high school level.
It might be on track.
But then, ninth grade on track.
Might be on track a little bit tricky with tiers, but
Okay.
that would be more of the high school monitor of that type of.
Okay.
Achievement data.
So. Okay. So rather than sit there and go, well, we want 80% of 3rd graders on track and not ready. Rather than go into that narrow of an approach, we wanted to keep it broad because we see multi-tiered systems of support as the durable framework. The tools, implements that inform it are going to change over time.
And I think as a support to that, this goal is specific to achievement.
but there's also tiers for attendance. There are tiers for behavior. So as we present attendance data, layering on that view of this is what it would look like in tiers can also just kind of reinforce that understanding of how the system works.
Okay, so table two, I'm gonna walk through all the same goals we just talked about. No, just kidding. I'm not. This is just an indexed view. So if you're like, okay, so what are we tracking that pertains in the eyes of the Sport Goals Committee and if you adopt it for the safety, belonging, opportunity, achievement? This is also intended to be supportive of district staff. You'll get to it. We expect the way that you receive information to shift subtly, and so this is to help support district staff. Okay. So we can pass through table two. You can read it for fun. But we'll get to table three. This is an important caveat. Two caveats are important. First, huge gratitude to Tracy, who really compiled this. I think probably Sarah was in there, looking at the historic stuff. So this is a huge credit to them to put together just over the course of a year, things that we do look at. I say all the things, but there's not an exhaustive list. We're gonna add to and take from all the time. But so this is not like a concrete timeline. This is just to show you how over time we might see stuff. So for example, today we're going to get an ELL update, and we would see that as a monitor for achievement for our students. So you see month presentation condition that it most directly aligns to, or whether it's all of them, and then whether it's a goal or a monitor report, because there's things that pertain to governance, there's things that pertain to routine business that aren't going to clean any fits. Okay. Shall we go through all of them, or do you, let's go through monitors. And you might see something in here that should be a monitor that I didn't identify. So AFSS grant agreement.
So we'll do an annual report in November, so I don't think it'll be say
Sure.
I think that'll be the data that's more connected to this whole process than some of those like technical pieces.
If I could give maybe just a little bit more context, like this is actually such a great document because when I stepped into the role 3 years ago, we really didn't have anything like this. And so I appreciate Dr. Klinger's leadership and Sarah's certainly understanding of like this last year, board leadership, Tracy and myself and Sarah, we kind of have been sitting down and really trying to put this together. So this has kind of been a labor of love, just as we kind of move forward. So I do appreciate, I know it's helpful for our district leadership team to know that these things are coming in November so that as somebody's presenting and getting information, because it takes some time to put presentations together. But I think this is actually a very good start this is kind of the flow and cadence of different information points for you as a board and for us as a district leadership team. And then this is a transparent process for our community to say, these months, we're going to be sharing this information with you. This is how we're kind of monitoring district progress along the way. So this is actually a very new document. So this is where I'm just like, looking at all of these, and there might be some tweaks as Tracy's pointing out, but at the end of the day, this is quite a bit better than what we've had.
And I, just to add to that, James, because in the beginning, I said that these were aligned with our board planner. And that was just created in the last couple of years, because as we saw things on the agenda, it's like, is this required or is it just informational? So, because if you looked at your board planner, the column that would go, came from there, it says required and by whom. Is it a state? Is it a federal? Is it a, budget, whatever it is? And so from a board perspective, I want you to know that that's there anytime you need to see it and recognize it. Because if you understand why you're seeing it, I think it helps. So that this exactly correlates to that list too.
So you can see there's a number of things that we're going to look at that I think are reasonable with monitors for the conditions that we talked about. And then there's, and I think in year zero, there's only actual goal statements. And the idea there is keep our focus narrow, be effective at hitting targets or it's good value. Yeah, that's over calendar. Some key ones. So at risk of putting them in the wrong months. Now, so student disciplinary handbook needs to report.
Is that proposed to be kind of what you had talked about in terms of what's happened with preparing staff? Because we've done a lot in August, so we could report out on that. What is the plan moving forward? Would be kind of that level setting of expectation in September.
Building board familiarity with the process. With the fidelity of implementation, because that's our goal. I'm sure over the course of the year we'll get some disciplinary data, but that's not going to be that's not what we're going to put in as a board. We're going to talk about process.
What I've heard from all of you is that there probably needs to be times throughout the year where we're updating presentations and updating what we're the progress. So we can kind of have feedback. Well, okay, we've done this thus far. Here's where we feel like it's going well. There's some challenges that we're facing, but this is so that we can continue to get you that information over the course of this year with the goal of making sure that we have consistency with implementation on this.
Well, and just to say that, James, it is the purpose of the calendar so that those feedback data points can be interjected so we don't forget about them. It's like we're gearing up for those specifically. So that's exactly right.
And is it possible maybe, when we have these presentations, whatever, in the board docs, to maybe put a note of what condition they are meeting?
That'll be in my wrap up.
Oh,
It's
okay,
been-
sorry.
You're right on track. You just applied to be on the next board goal.
The committees are coming together.
Exactly. No, to that point, yes, and I'll review what we hopefully will envision in that.
October is the seed survey reports. Dated that your point
Maybe,
earlier.
maybe.
Fingers crossed.
Roll the dice.
Tracy guaranteed it earlier. Yeah, we're gonna figure out exactly. Again, just trace back. Maybe we'll discover. It's not. But for us, it was either implement individual climate survey that's district driven to get at this information or use what's already in place. I think that's.
So I want to just real quick. How do people know about the seed survey? How do they take it? Is it?
In class.
It is in class. Okay, if you said that, I didn't hear that. Okay, sorry. So it is in class time. Okay, thank you.
Opt out of it, right? That's kind of that double-edged sword.
Is it electronic or paper? Just curious. Electronic.
But I do think like Division 22 report in October is a good. It's a requirement that we have to report, and it's a good example of a monitor, right? In terms of we aren't doing those things for part of Division 22, we're not going to be meeting those opportunity and achievement goals.
And I think of like someday, maybe the board, or I wouldn't envision it, but maybe the board will have a goal of expanding PE and music for students. Well, that's reported in this report. It would start at some point. Other goals, the MTSS update. Loosely in February. I don't remember if that's the fine. Attendance data review potentially in February. Oh, yes, because those are at the. They know. All of our charter updates you'll see are labeled as monitors for opportunity. You know, it's providing CT co-curricular participation data. We're looking for that. District level data overview. That is, if I understand right, that is the in-depth look at the stuff that So that's Dibbles, so we see, that's what-
Yeah, we talked about how, with scheduling, how the mid-year school data that's right below that might be something that buildings are sharing when we do that SIP process like we did this year. So you're getting a view at the building level. And so then that following work session might be like, here's the district big picture, or vice versa, that those two things kind of work together for that mid-year kind of data check.
I flag that one. Just that would be where we go for the what's available for our students. I included in that
Yeah,
data.
yeah.
Okay.
Just for a reminder for everybody, the mid-year board retreat is February 21st. It's on our calendar, just as we're, so, because I know we're gonna need to start thinking about planning for that sooner or later, so. No snow. No snow.
March, this is something that needs more conversation with James and Dennis. James was in the conversation with us, so throwing it out. But I think that's back to you. So we need to flesh this out.
No, but I would agree with you. Let's have a conversation, because I'm thinking that this might even be part of the February 21st. Because we're gonna be in budget season, certainly by March. And even I would argue that by February 21st, we'll have a pretty good idea, getting started. So like, we can certainly flesh this out a little bit more, but I may recommend that budget 101 and the messaging around budget 101, or just the message around budgeting, probably should be started probably late fall, just because we kind of have a cadence to when we do these things, but I'm getting the sense this is a big legislative session coming up, and this is an inviting that we're talking about. So we might want to incorporate goals and budget message and some of those things. So maybe February, but let's talk a little bit.
The idea that we have is to align the budget with the decision. To help. This is the rabbit trail that I said no to earlier. So I'll say no to it again.
You
But
have,
anyway.
you do have time. We still have 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Just-
yeah.
I think it's probably a conversation that needs to be had. I think the board could help the community understanding and engagement of the budget through small practice adjustments, but those need to be done through. So
I'd love to talk about that, separate conversation, and then let's bring that back. Keep it in the forefront of our conversation in the fall, because I think that, again, we're gonna be prioritizing meeting with legislators and making sure we get people in our schools, because we do this every 2 years, right? We have to ask the legislature for appropriate funding, and then we get a number, but by December 15th, we should get the first number from the governor's budget. So I would love to be able to have those conversations early fall, so that by winter, Eric's, we kind of have an understanding of what things are that might be really inform our budget message. So let's have that conversation in September, late. Because I think I know what, but I want to make sure I understand it.
and I need to refresh. So then, the rest are monitors, but you can see how critical some of those can be, for example, construction, because that's such a, that's been, it's been a stated strategy to reach out both the opportunity belonging standpoints and achievement standpoint. There's some critical ones. The other, the last thing. It's water. Is you'll see like the core board business, superintendent evaluation. I identified with all the conditions. That's not that I can link the significance, but it's to say that the most important things to you, policy, superintendent evaluation. Those three things should be oriented on those conditions. Just kind of summarize what we're looking at in this goal adoption process. We're chasing those conditions that we defined about with those, with our super goals. To those big three things. Greg?
A couple of thoughts, and I think James was kind of starting to get into that a little bit, so I was waiting to see if he would get there. In looking at this, there's a lot of great information here. I like how it's laid out in the segments, in the months, in the components. I looked at it and I saw three key areas in work session or even outside of work session, training and education for the board. Really diving into so that we can explain it to our community. What is the budget? What are the financial reports we get? What should we be looking at in those? What is critical for us to be watching? What are things that it is a routine number? And training for that, not just something that as part of the presentation, but something that is more specific. And again, I'm leaning back on many years of going to outside conferences, NSBA, OSBA, and getting specific training on what is the board's responsibility with budget, money, and finance? How do we make sure that the information that we're getting is true and accurate? What questions do we ask? So that's one for me, a training opportunity. Legislative activity, James just brought that up. This is gonna be they're all hot. This is gonna be a very interesting legislative component because there's more money potentially available. There are also more people digging at that money. And so it's really honing our message for why and what we're doing with it, which again is back to great with these are good talking points with them, but really engaging with our legislators and engaging with them in a way that is not just an email, but actually making that face-to-face conversation. There's a legislative day in April where board members go and we hit the hill all day, and it's full of board members from across the state who are down there all talking the same message about student achievement, money, and support for schools. And so that's something that, again, is training on how to talk to your legislators, how to make sure that we get our message across to them. And also at the federal level, same thing, making sure that we're appropriately talking to our legislators who are going back to DC. What are you going back with? Who are you talking to and what are you talking about? So that you're making decisions that are affecting our kids. And then the other component of this that shows up in opportunities for kids, how we're making sure that, again, engagement, attendance, showing up, what's happening in our buildings, an emphasis on how we as a board continue our path in diversity, equity, and inclusion. How are we making sure that the decisions that we're making, I'm looking across the room, and the room, we're all coming from a pretty similar background and experience. Wealth, privilege, housing, jobs, we're coming from a place where we want to make sure the decisions that we're making are supporting our families, supporting our staff, supporting our community. And I don't know that we've necessarily done as much conversation around this. It's a continuing conversation. I know when we went back to the conference in New Orleans, when Myra and I went to the CUBE conference, a lot of conversation about how do you monitor inclusion, equity, diversity? How do you look at that as a measure that is supporting your goals, that's supporting what you're doing? And are you supporting all students? And I'm just saying that in a broad text, not pointing out to any specific group or not, but what are we gonna do so that we as a board recognize, are we asking the right questions when we get our data? So those are my three, wanting to make sure as we utilize our work sessions or outside training, when we say, I want to go to outside training and it applies to this or that, which supports this goal, which supports this goal. It should all tie together. So that was my speech. Josh, you have a question, or James?
Well, just in response to, one of my priorities this fall is to invite legislators to our schools because I need them to see what's going on into our schools. And so, during my visitations on Wednesdays, mornings, and Friday afternoons, I've always invited board members to show up and walk in schools with me. But it's going to be very important this fall where if you're available, when we start inviting legislators to our schools so that they can see what's going on
so that when we're asking them for monies, they understand what the money is for and why. So that is something that, after Chris mentioned that it is one of the things I think I might have mentioned to you, is one of the priorities that I have right now. And the time that I need, but it's important because this is going to be a huge biennium budgetary wise. There's talk about $560 million more to start, which is actually a good sign. But my concerns are really around the accountability measures and what that actually entails for all of us. So, you know, any opportunities for you as board members to engage with me and with local legislators are going to be really helpful. Get that together. So, in fact, yesterday we were at the function for new administrators and board members. David introduced me to someone who is a teacher. Yeah, he's running for a local office, and so I invited him to come into our schools, and he gave me his card, and so looks like we're going to be entertaining him in our schools. So I want to do that to all of our local senators, local representatives, and so Athena is going to be reaching out. And once I get that schedule, I'm going to invite board members who have time to be able to participate in that as well. So thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions?
Suggestion? Not that I don't know it, but I think 1.7, 1.8 could also be achievement driven, like the participation needs to achievement. And so that would be my suggestion, is to make them achievement as well.
1.7.
Because it looks like 1.6 is
Yeah,
already.
you're right. I think that's a miss. That's wrong.
Mhm. So just a couple of thoughts that we've all touched on throughout the meeting. Number one is that, as you pointed out, Sean or somebody, I can't remember, just all really great ideas, is to have every single agenda item aligned with the board goal right from the outset. And what that does is that when whoever's putting the agenda on, it, you know, kind of aligns them to the board goals. How is this going to impact it? The agenda items which report on monitoring a goal, which is that feedback loop, it's going to be critical, and we'll develop this, you know, more broadly in this first year, the 0 year. We want it to have the same format every single time that you see it, because that's going to be a lot easier to track the goal and that progression on the continuum, which we've defined as success. One of the biggest benefits to this is, and again, this is probably a culmination of all the changes that we made, because as with new board members, you come and you see an agenda and you get this information and you're like, it's a lot of information. And that's just what it is. It's information. You don't really kind of know what to do with it exactly, other than just absorb it and ask questions. But as we start to get everything in a singular format, and it's all aligned to goals, and it's what our main job is to know what our goals are, direct that progression on the continuum. It's just going to be so much easier to be effective more quickly for new board members. I think that as we're all talking about this, is that, you know, Blake, as you just said, you know, policy is policy, superintendent evaluation, and budget. Well, this really gives us a focus on our policies. So it's not, you know, we aren't going to get into the nuts and bolts. We're really going to be focused on this from the very outset. So I think that's really important. So that just to be clear, the phased alignment of the presentation format, we were very specific. You don't see goals in year 3, 4, and 5, because we really need to get the baseline data first, so that then we can really coalesce those actual numbers. As we, you know, especially this first year, we want feedback loop to this document too. It's a great start. And I just have to, you know, commend my committee members, and certainly help from Tracy. Those first 7 meetings, we talked and talked and talked and unpacked and rabbit hole. And I have to say that it really kind of felt like great ideas and really incredible conversation. but where are we going with it? And as I look at this today, I'm like, wow, this is good. So I hope that it sets the stage, because if we had just done it and it was done and we put it in a file, kind of like our board planner, sometimes it feels like in a file. If it doesn't become a living, breathing document that we should have in front of us at every single meeting, especially for us, we can see the goals and we can see the monitors. But I think it is incumbent on the board to continue the focus of conditions and to particularly look at those, the things that Blake, so eloquently described, which is pertinence, effectiveness, durability, timeliness, and availability. Everything that we see should be answering, or at least in alignment with those 5 things. And it just gives us as well a singular focus for all the work that we do. So did I miss anything in the wrap up other than what, well, let me ask that first. Anything you want to
Well,
add?
so we talked with Sarah and we do think that board docs offers that.
All right.
If this ties to this condition. We should be able to see that. We're still playing through what that might really look like, but I'd expect that practice to shift over the course of the year.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
Goal committee.
The goal for the goal. Having a goal. So, just making sure that I understand then. So I'm looking at your first page
Mhm.
and it's got the conditions, it's got safety, belonging, and opportunity achievement. So on the various items that come through on like the October school enrollment and class size.
Yeah.
I mean, is it staff that's gonna figure out what that is showing us? And some of it's required, you have to have it. But showing this, you're giving this presentation because it applies to safety. You're giving this presentation because it applies to opportunity. And so just kind of figuring out on some of these where that fits, or it's information to have a groundwork to be able to make a decision about a future activity.
All of it's fresh right now, so it's easy
Uh-huh.
to be real ambitious with it.
Right.
But I think in
I don't have
a
much.
vacuum, what I hope is, okay, so we have an attendance report. The Kathy talked about the planner, who requires this.
Mhm.
I think we haven't talked it through. To me, I think it would be beneficial when district staff, like
Mhm.
attendance, they say, or what you say, enrollment classes.
Right.
To say, this is, a state mandated report,
Mhm.
or this is driven by policy heads.
Mhm. Mhm.
Or it's not driven. And regardless of the reason why, impetus behind report,
Mhm.
this is in alignment with safety. And,
So we don't put 70 kids in class.
right, and maybe this ties to safety, and I think the vulnerability there, just to kind of front, is to say, plateau, and always just, check, all, but really try to be delivered, this is most pertinent to these two.
Mhm.
And I think that's a conversation that could easily be had. To clarify, I think that is the ultimate determination.
Mhm.
Again, it's easy to say that. It's all right.
Mhm.
Are you gonna do that?
But I think it's
I
also
think-
important.
I
Board
think it's easy,
leadership
yeah.
meets with superintendent and the deputy. Right, we plan out for 2 months at a time, so it's easy for us to have the agenda items and make sure that when we have the presentations, we're having some conversations around, okay, where does it tie into the 4 goals? In that, because I think there's some understanding of, the staff will do that to a certain extent, but when we actually have a conversation with board leadership, we can vet it there as well. And so that we are very clear on, because it could be everything, but we might want to just prioritize a couple of things that it's just more aligned to. And I think that allows us some opportunity where there's maybe a disagreement, or we like what actually should be here versus here. We can have that conversation with board leadership, because the board leadership is representative of you and the entire board. Tracy and I are representing the district leadership team and those that are trying to gather the data. So I think those conversations are going to be important also to have. It may add a little bit of a layer to our current meeting, but I think it's going to be helpful so that we know what's presented. We understand why that information is being presented and how it's connected to either, district initiatives or board goals. But I think it needs to be stated. And I think we all agree that the clarity around that's going to be important. So there is going to be an opportunity.
I appreciate what Blake said at the start of the presentation, kind of aligning the board. And I think, like Kathy mentioned, with new board members coming on, I think that will really shift the focus of each presentation to this is why we're hearing it and just reorient us every time with those conditions. I think that will be really key, but I also was thinking, when you were talking, James, that sometimes there's data that speaks to multiple things, but how the data is presented or the focus of, how far you dove into certain data, right, speaks to different points. And so there might be some data that we're looking at it with this,
Certainly.
yeah, we're aligning it to safety specifically, or we're aligning it to attendance or whatever that is. But just how we're looking at the data might be specific to it.
But you have the
think that would be
condition
great.
on there, but just sort of maybe that little extra. And why does it match for this? Why is it important for you to either memorize this information or just have it available? And I would like for us to be able to utilize the library function more. I know you've added some more things, Sarah, to it, so that some of these things that are reports that are in support of can be there in the library, as opposed to which meeting was that? What was the key word to look it up? Who presented? Trying to find it sometimes is,
Yeah, we did talk about attaching things to the calendar for later to go back. And again, for new board members to go back
copying it
and
into
see,
the
like, oh,
library.
here's what they saw
Yeah.
the last 2 months under these
Okay.
categories. So, but
Okay.
fleshing all of that out and how
Right,
it's
right.
next steps.
And again,
Was part of the discussion.
Okay.
yeah, it's really why, I love the idea, whoever came up with it, that 0 year, that we have just so
That
much.
was my idea.
Year zero is kind of an implementation. It's a figure it out. We're
Yeah.
making a big change.
So without any further questions, I guess the last thing to discuss is how, what's the comfort level in terms of adopting it? Is there too much to review? I know every time because if this is truly year zero, we really need to hit the ground running. We can't really afford to waste any time in determining what data to collect and how to start fleshing this out. And so every time I say the work session in September, I know Sarah breaks out in a cold sweat, but, so what's the comfort level of people right now? What do you think?
What I'm thinking is the goal statements are probably what's critical to allow administration to start the confidence of those shit. I think for year zero goal statements, I don't know if it's possible to maybe adopt those and then task the committee to finalize the communication plan behind it. What will provide this draft communication plan and a proposed goal statements. Adopt statements. And then we work collaboratively about communication of it. That would allow me to clean up some stuff like Sean identified. I also think we can, in my head, I think the best approach, someday we adopt the document, but I want to pull the timeline, for example, out as appendix, something that can change. I think there's some clerical directions that could happen.
So I lean towards the side of adopting the with the huge statement of what you just said, and I think what I've heard it say, this is not a carved in stone, not to be changed for the next 10 years. This is a review document. So adopting the proposal says, this is what we can work with. I like what you just said. It gives clarity to staff. Here are the things that we think we want to do. And as we work into it, maybe it didn't quite come together the way that we thought, but we're trying not to be super prescriptive here. And this isn't a policy that we have to follow it. And if we don't like it, we have to amend it. But adopting the proposal to me is a little bit more flexible. I think we still have on that first page, the conditions are in there. We'll see how those apply, how those work, what we've left out. And then that gives us what you're just saying about an appendix or how that might work. What does year 2 look like? Because we don't get rid of year 1. Year 1 still stays to show where we started. Year 2 then becomes added on to it as part of the continuation. That's sort of
Can I
how my,
ask
yeah.
clarifying question then about that.
Yeah.
If we, I mean, the options are just do the goals, then the board committee comes back with the more refined how it will look and maybe a communication plan. That's one option. Adopt it as it is and we still do the work. But if we adopt it as it is, what's the change mechanism for after we clean it up and do our work? Is that an amendment to what we adopted? Is it completely redoing the whole thing?
I think it would be an amendment. I can't imagine it wouldn't. Do you envision that there's gonna be quite a bit of change, or it feels pretty much for a year 1 to see how it works.
Year 0, yeah.
Year 0, yes,
Yeah.
year 0.
I mean, I don't know, just
To make it easy to change, but also I hate to,
I mean, just taking out the calendar as an appendix, right now it's in the document. It feels a little cleaner to me, but that's just me to just do the goals and then.
so you're talking about this timeline of board activities, is that?
Yeah, I mean, basically, it would be probably approving this page, right? As it stands,
I'm wondering if I could meet us halfway.
okay,
Okay, all right.
Could I list some clerical adjustments? The board understand that's the proposal.
and actually, maybe if Sarah wades in about what makes the most sense from a approval, adoption standpoint, I don't know, I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I mean,
How-
it's not
how formal.
substantive, like, I don't see removing the timeline and making an appendix as a substantive change, because that's
Okay.
usually what I measure, it's like, you can make little like wording changes or stuff to something that's been approved, with no typos, those sort of things in it. So I don't know that we would need to like fully approve the whole thing again, because you're just pulling that section out as an appendix. So I think like Chris was saying, we could approve the proposal that you're giving, and then if there's some additional like changes or things that need to be added to it, I think that would be acceptable, because the board has already approved that they've given that responsibility to the committee to make those changes.
Or can we? Which is, we know that this is. Start working. Wait for. The. Board meeting that we have come up and have it in the, that set of approvals where we just like.
Consent agenda.
Consent agenda, and that way it gives the time, if people want to pull out the appendix, whatever, that was much more clear when we approve it.
I'm good with, however, I mean, we know the work's gonna progress, so it doesn't matter to me, I want to be clear.
And I like actually having the in and knowing that the calendar will just change. So if we want to put the timeline, 2024, but most of this stuff has been in here because it has statutory requirements.
Some of this calendar, like the apps that was on there, this literally was last year's calendar, so we do need to update this. Some for this year,
Uh-huh.
just however that looks.
Okay.
To walk through just the clerical update would be under table 1, goal 1.4. I would have to note defining attendance rate,
Right.
regular attendance rate. Under 1.7 and 1.8, we would add the conditions of achievement.
Under A, under, okay.
Under condition. I would then add those to table 2 under achievement. So 8 under achievement in the index version.
Got it.
I would retitle table 3 as appendix A. Draft timeline of board activities,
Okay,
probably for academic year.
okay. So I will meet you to that point. I think then what will work with this is we've had a presentation as it follows our practice. We've had a presentation, we've had discussion. It will go to the agenda with those changes that we just talked about into consent agenda. If we get to that point and say, wow, I really want to talk about it, pull it from the consent agenda and we'll talk about it. But otherwise, make those changes. This is a draft document. I just didn't want us to sit on it for 6 months and then come back to it and say, weren't we gonna work on that? So let's have it ready for the for the September meeting. It'll be in consent agenda. Unless you want to bring it out so that we have a conversation about what we did. And that'll be just part of our board report about this meeting that we had, that we brought this forward. You know, how do we promote it without taking another hour and a half to do it in the board meeting?
I think
Okay,
it's just fine. I-
And with the understanding that the board committee will meet again to help define direction and then, maybe do a communication plan or whatever.
Oh, just about distilling the information.
Well, and maybe even, I don't know, maybe the staff doesn't want any direction, in terms of creating the, phased alignment of presentation format. I mean, if you want us as a resource for preparing that or just, I don't know.
I'd love to revisit the conversation that we had, because there were some pretty clear things that I think you all were looking for that we could see.
Looks like there's another board goals meeting.
Sean, David, any other comments? Feels like it's gonna work, Myra? Okay, all right.
I'd like to just note that it is 10:01 and.
Yep, and that's what I'm, yep, that's what I was,
We had 10 o'clock. Was that-
10 o'clock, yep. And it's buzzing me to stand up. So we're gonna take how long is our break?
15-minute break.
15-minute break. So
And
hang on a
16.
second, Sarah will turn off the camera. Two, one. We are back in session. Gresham-Barlow Board of Education Strategic Planning Meeting, August 23rd, still the 23rd. Next up on our agenda is a presentation, Safety in Schools. And we have, let's see, Mr. Cook and Mr. Melton are here, and I saw him just a second. Oh, he's hiding. So Mr. Cook, are you leading this off? You guys gonna tag team this? How are we doing this?
am.
Okay,
I believe the board, if I know correctly, asked for just an update on safety in schools in general. So I've given you a general white paper of things that we do, and you've heard some of these before. Happy to answer some questions. I can review this with you. Has everybody had a chance to take a look at this, or should I go through this with you?
we've had a chance.
You've had a chance, I'll go through it with you.
What is it? It's 2 pages, so you can give us the high.
I will. There's always that focus on practice and planning. So I expect that buildings will do their monthly drills. Sometimes we script what those drills would be. For instance, based on the conference Mike went to this summer, we've asked all buildings to do a lockdown drill in September. Right off, just to get kids and staff used to that again. So that's what they will do. Badge access is very tightly controlled. Everybody has different levels that their badge can have access to. Mine, you guys can question this if you'd like, has access to everything. Others, not so much, but Mike has access to everything, James, Tracy as well. So they're leveled in that way, and teachers only have access during the day and one day on the weekend. Custodians have 24-hour access because they need to get in sometimes. So it depends on your position, how much access you have. And badges can be activated and deactivated within seconds if we find out. So that's just a great security measure also. The camera system is integrated. We can view that in lots of different places and from around the country if we need to and connect in. So Mike is one that's most expert at that. And I don't remember how many cameras we have in our district. 486 cameras district wide. So we do have very good coverage of our buildings. The lockdown and secure systems are monitored and tested regularly, and I'll give you an example of where we started to see problems. And because we monitor and test regularly, we're able to identify those problems quickly. Is in the spring, maybe late winter last year, all cell phone carriers lowered the priority of our text messaging from our secure line, which meant that in some cases it went almost 24 hours before we would have gotten a text message that the building was in trouble, which is not a good way to fly, and then we didn't have any control over that. But we knew, so we could plan around that, and then Mike found a way for a very, very nominal cost every month to bring those back up in a priority level. Now they might take about 5 minutes for a delay, which is still a long time for us to know, but it's a much shorter delay. I've prepped the principals with how they look, how to know that we may get a delay and how they should react if they're not getting a response from the district office right away. So we're going to plan for those things. Threat assessment trainings happen yearly for people. Threat assessments, for those who know them, and there's a different name for it now. It's a behavioral threat assessment process, safety, BSAT, thank you. Those are four levels. There's a level 0, level 1, 2, and 3. Level 0 is really just a clearinghouse. Do you need to proceed? Level 1, 2, and 3 is just a step beyond that, depending on the information you get from the threat assessment. That is an FBI vetted, Homeland Security vetted system that really does have good effect. So we get good information out of it. And it actually emanated in Oregon about 15 years ago, and has been constantly improved since then. I do regular table talks with staff, with principals in particular, and secretaries when an incident happens, so that we can all learn from it together, because every incident is different. There's always a circumstance you can learn from. And we do it in a way that they are not, if a mistake did happen, because sometimes they do, we're not penalizing people, because the last thing that I want to happen is somebody second guessing themselves in an emergency when they need to just make a decision. So it's just a learning experience that we go through each time we have an emergency. Mike and I meet every morning at 7 a.m., right around there. It's Mike's pleasure every day. It's why he gets up. All right. But we meet every day so that we can have that needed situational awareness in the district, things that we know of, things that we're working with the police on, things that just I need to be aware of and that he needs to be aware of, just trade information so that we know how to react each day. When I say it's on the calendar every day, it is. Sometimes we don't get to meet, but it's about 3 to 5 that we do. District response to any questions on that first section?
I have not a question, but just we get started on a question. Where I tend to test it to see how it works, because our badges don't work in the buildings. You know, we are just a community member at that point. And I have noticed there is some improvement in the use of volunteer badges for going in and out of buildings. I would make one suggestion. Still, a volunteer badge doesn't expire. You can get one on and you can use the same one and walk in a building again. They do have, for the system that we work on, the Dymo labelers, there's a label that has a timed, within an hour or 2 hours, a little thing pops up that says expired, stop. And it says your badge isn't good anymore. It's a visual that says you either need to go back to the office or check in, but it's just a way to expire that visitor's badge. If someone gets it that, you know, is testing the system or doing whatever, I always think evil intent, but I don't like it when there's a badge around that someone could reuse in some other way.
Are you talking about the sticker?
How
How does it expire?
So it's on Dymo label, and it's a
Yeah.
deal that's a heat sensor, and basically over time, when you use the badge, it runs through the machine.
Yeah.
And then in a certain amount of time, it says red stop on it.
Okay.
The red is revealed. It's kind of a cool thing. They've got a video on the Diamond label. Anyhow,
And I didn't add that into our new systems. We adopted that in the fall of last year, I believe. What that does is every volunteer who signs in, it's a pretty instantaneous check with databases, criminal databases on, is this person somebody we need to be aware of? If it's a regular volunteer, they've already gone through the application process. If it's somebody who's just stopping in, then we get that background check as well. So offices know what to do if something comes up in their file.
but again, this is someone that the badge itself should
Right.
expire. The badge is the weak point in that system, because someone could just walk in with the badge on.
Then you said you were looking for it.
It's not what.
For a sign.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Let's have the sidetrack.
It's just a sticker.
So they still have to get.
I'm wondering,
Uh,
more this is about how to break the conversation.
Yeah.
Back with sport district.
Mhm.
So the like contemporary stuff I'm reading, especially with the number of districts that are. So the actual reasons it's safety.
Yeah.
In the event. of an emergency.
Yep.
I'm just, we've not talked about it as a board. Now, maybe everybody have talked freshly, but I'm sure the district staff has talked through this.
We haven't talked about it as a leadership team in detail. I've been sharing articles and updates with principals regularly this summer. There's, starting at the national level, there are some good parent surveys out there. That yes, I want to do this, but no, I'm worried about the safety aspect of my son and daughter being able to get a hold of me if there's an emergency. So there are those debates happening as well. I do know that the Oregon legislature has a bipartisan bill coming this second in February, that they may take charge of this and have their own, we're gonna do this piece. Some districts have gone to, technology that just disables everybody's ability to use a cell phone or even a watch. Some have not gone down this road, but a number of states have started to outlaw it, and a number of departments of education have started to come up with policy about it. So I do think we're gonna have to talk about it fully, and how we're gonna handle that.
That's interesting, because to clarify, the articles I'm seeing in the studies are in the event of an emergency, so kids that could get response.
It can be.
Yeah.
There's two sides to that too. It can bog it down. The other side of that though is when parents can notify and let me qualify. I'm not opposed to outlawing cell phones, so I don't want you to take any of my comments in a way that says that I am. We have experienced in lockdowns and emergencies, the kids are able to communicate with their parents that they're fine, which helps us with our communication. Because then parents aren't inundating us with calls. We get to focus on what we need to focus on. So it does help alleviate parent concerns in that regard. It has also bitten us in that parents will show up at the building. I know my kid's in there and safe, and now they want them out. We can't open that perimeter and it creates conflicts afterwards. So we've had both sides of that.
I will share that we've been having a few conversations at the state level through COSA. There are a few districts that are, like North Clackamas and Portland Public has identified a school that being tested with. I'm of the mindset right now to kind of watch and monitor. I'm not wanting to be an early adopter, not only just because I'm not going to be here, but I feel like the board needs to be engaged in further conversations. We're gonna learn a lot this year from what North Clackamas and Portland Public and other districts that are choosing to implement that. Is really being done primarily at the high school level, which is also concerning to me because, there's conversations on both sides of it. So if it's something that at a later time, the board wants to have some further discussions, we'll kind of get that on the agenda. We'll go through our process to include it. But there's really, two sides to it. And at this juncture, reason why I haven't talked to our district leadership team is because I'm like, this is something that we would have to prepare our community. I'd like to get some feedback from our community to see if they're even interested in something that, and I don't know where you sit as a board. So this was one of those things where I decided to someone kick the can down the road and learn from our colleagues, and then maybe decide the next superintendent might be able to say, what are you folks think?
I hear that. You don't know where we stand at the board. I don't know where I stand as an individual. So I just think what I'm a little bit worried about is that we get caught sitting on our hands while other districts are making ambitious plans. So I've heard from, yeah, I have heard from the community interest. They're certainly tracking it with interest, and I don't feel confident representing the community at this stage. But I do think it's a conversation we need to have probably sooner or later, just because.
We will, yeah, we will have access to the policy and certainly the procedures. John has no problem calling our documents and gathering what they decided to do with the information versus even Portland, at Grand High School, calling a principal. He probably already has that, but it's really one of those situations where I do think that if it is something that you're interested in as a board, we can schedule those conversations. I believe that we wouldn't be too far in our hands because folks are still trying to figure out how it applies to their school district, particularly at whatever level that they deciding to do it. And with our documents, they got a lot of back and community input to even decide that that was the direction they were going to go. And their board's the one to write that process.
Two things to consider that we would have to walk through as a group. The first is that one of the big catalysts for this was pretty definitive mental health research from the American Institute of Psychology about how damaging this can be for kids. And it's well done research. The other piece is that safety piece. Schools that have adopted it have seen less violence. They've seen less incidents. Kids are not texting back and forth during the day. So that those have been the catalyst. I would love to see the Oregon law beforehand. The good thing to James's point is that we have some successful models in Oregon already it was rocky when they first did it, who are now fully implemented in high schools that have done pretty well. So if we wait, we have those discussions, get on the same page, see where we go. I think we're on a good trajectory.
Beaverton just adopted too, didn't they? School district.
And then once we go set a policy. I think if you're gonna reach out, I at least know I personally have some questions that I've been like looking for in some of those articles to see if there's answers to some of those questions, but I think that there's some questions that we could ask the other schools or districts that are implementing it that would put our community at ease to have answers to ahead of time. To maybe prevent some of that pushback, because I, as a parent, definitely see both sides of it.
Yep.
But I do think there's some steps we can take to ease people's minds.
And I think the answer might just be that, so that if we're not sitting on our hands, but that we are collecting information, because a lot of people are doing it, and we have a priority of superintendent search. So we really can't, but we are preparing ourselves to do that as soon as we can, which could be as early as first of next year.
Well, the legislature passes it, we're gonna be moving down that
Well, and
road.
that's kind of where, I'd rather have more information available so we can talk to our legislators and say one size fits all isn't a one size fits all. That what they try and I guess you mentioned the mental health part and the bullying part, safety. Is that why I'm still trying to figure out what's pushing this and how there are different ways. And I worry about just shutting off a cell phone service in the building, all the other technology that uses.
I don't know that we'd be able to go down that road. We don't have the capability. We haven't purchased the hardware to do that, but some school districts have across the country. But I think really what it has come down to psychological, the research. It's come down to frustration on the part of staff and managing that at a secondary level while they're trying to teach. And it's come down to that safety piece of kids when they are interacting through the internet in class and they're out into the hallways, things go wrong.
I have not heard from district leaders that there's technology in Oregon that is actually going to shut things down. There's policy and at least some beta testing that no cell phones, but if there were an emergency, there would be an allowance. So it's not that kids have to turn it in, but they can have it. They just can't have it with them or they can't have it on. But again, those are the nuances between a few districts that I'm aware of. But again, I don't want to get too fortunate.
Yeah.
Well, if everybody's done with the rabbit hole surface, because I have questions about the white paper. And that is that
You're welcome. Ready?
part of what was important, at least for me, to see this in terms of what we're doing is a better understanding of what is required district-wide. And so everything that you're talking about here, building practice drills, practice months, like everything in here is a log that you track from a district level, and every school has to do that. If it's in here, it's in every school across the board, same way, same thing that you get. Is that true? Okay.
Right.
So maybe if we keep this white paper for reference, that would be important, because that's really
Yes.
the overreaching purpose for it.
And like most other things, I could share 1,000 details with you, but I also don't want the community to know our systems.
Yeah, yeah.
Too deeply either.
Yep.
So the district response to emergencies, most often the emergency doesn't need a secure lockdown button. It's more of a, we have a missing student, or this happened, or we had a kid fall on the playground and break their arm. We're communicating with you and just want you to be aware. When the lockdown button or secure button, we made some adjustments this summer, and it's based on cooperation with GPD. The last 3 years and before that, they come to use our buildings for active shooter drills when kids aren't here. This year it was here, and I got to watch for a while, and I hadn't been able to watch for a while. Mike was here, and knowing how they're going to react is also complicated. Training principles also what they might expect. The other side of the coin is we used to have a protocol. Mike's the best we have, but put that out there. That he would go to the site and the AMS, these here, an emergent. Okay, he's the best. Period.
Yeah,
And I'll say
yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
Clarification.
And I do say that very seriously. Mike is he is one of the best in the county, and everybody knows that. So that's why our systems are so tight. So as we were watching them this summer, and they debriefed with Mike, we like I said, we used to have Mike come straight to the site to liaise with the police, and then Mike would liaise with me about how the district support whatever emergency response we need. They've now adjusted, and they've asked Mike to stay wherever he is, so that he can observe the cameras in real time and feed them information that they may need. And then when they need him, they will call him. So we've made that adjustment this summer, and that's just based on that regular practice and communication with them.
One other question in terms of the district response to emergencies. There isn't. Well, I'm sure there is, it's just not listed here, that there are specific actionable items that the building staff takes. And not what it is necessarily, but that when the community reads this, they know that we have established practices and protocols for building staff
Right.
to follow,
Exactly.
and that's not in here. So I would say,
We can, I can redo and share that with you at another time too, and that way they know also. But I would look at you all as more of the target as opposed to the broader community section, but.
My question is under the litigation.
Mhm.
How are we on the process of getting SROs back?
They still don't have enough staffing to allocate an SRO. We are working on a community or not a person right now. We meet with the chief next week.
No, this week.
This is Friday next.
Right.
Next week, thank you, next week. Yeah, it was supposed to be
This
this week.
month.
and then it got-
This month,
changed to
you can
next.
just call it this month.
They have one officer, we haven't finished that process yet, who they'll assign to Centennial and here. But we've already had a very effective service this year. There was a liaison officer, Officer Swayze, who was Mike's go-to person. He was assigned for that. So buildings would go to Mike, Mike would go to Officer Swayze, and we got very quick responses that way. Now there'll be an officer more formally assigned, but it'll be Centennial High School, Barlow, and Gresham. Gresham still has some officers, county officers.
So that when they hire a police officer, it takes 18 months of training.
It does.
As far as 20 months. And they have to be, I think, don't quote me, but it's 85% capacity at the police department itself before they can start doing this.
I hadn't heard 85%, but it does make sense, yeah, from what I've heard.
And they also ask who wants to do that.
Yep. And SROs, I would prefer veteran officers as well.
Will the board have, or be able to see the MOU signed with the police department?
Yes, yes, and the information we got from that last piece, I still have all of that information. So when, in the time that we do go down that, we will be taking all that information and crafting it.
And the board would see it.
Yes. Where were we?
John, are we gonna hear from Mike?
Well,
You can talk about safety committee meetings.
Mike, would you like to add in?
No, I'll let you finish.
Okay,
I'll take questions from anybody.
okay.
We'll get him through this.
Coordinating with GPD and county agencies, we do coordinate a lot more than people see. And it's mostly Mike that does that coordination, even this summer, going to trainings with officers. Which is every summer, learning more information, how do we make adjustments, then Mike and I take that information and incorporate those adjustments if necessary. So there is a lot of coordinating. There are monthly meetings at the ESD. They have all agencies and districts represented where they can vet different things, talk through our communication processes, system to a county level as well. And safety committee minutes. That is something that people don't necessarily take as seriously as they should. I shouldn't say that here. We do. I review those every month. We have an expectation. We have a form that follows OSHA guidelines and adds in things that we need to see. And there are teams that meet every month, and the principals know that I'm going to go through those minutes and then email them at the end of the month, and then do have comments outside of email for me about my critiques of their minutes, but that's what we do.
I want to just put in a quick plug. I think you might have said something earlier up in here, but if you said it, I missed it. A lot of the things that we have put in place and been able to do are a result of the bond that we did. The upgrades, both in terms of strictly security, things that are absolutely considered security. But one of the biggest things that we did that helped with security was the HVAC upgrades. Because previously, we would have teachers who would prop a door open, who would leave a window open, who would prop things because of air ventilation. And so being able to do the HVAC stuff became actually a security support where we didn't have that going on. But that was one of the key things when we were talking about buildings that maybe weren't getting a new classroom, they weren't getting specifically space, but they did get things that were supportive of better viewing, vestibules, being able to see in and out of a classroom better. Things of that nature were part of what bond had.
And the other piece was that in the two large comprehensive high schools, we had 55 plus.
More than that, how many?
Okay, 72.
Yeah.
And because of the bond, it was able to limit the number to a lot less per building, right, Mike?
Yes, and it's interesting about perspective. Those who haven't been there, I think there's too many outside doors that there's. You have no idea what it used to be like. To that point, though, Mike and I also, the Secret Service is the overarching agency that analyzes and adjusts to school when it comes to significant incidents. They publish a report every January, February, and I really do read that from cover to cover. It gives a very good breakdown of what went well, what didn't go well, what could be improved, adjustments. Also, the shift at the national level is, for many reasons, so I won't give a lot of detail about this, is going to a run, hide, fight. So the struggle with switching to a run, hide, fight is not that it's the proper way to go, it is. But all of our teachers started getting training when they were kids about lock yourself in a room, stay there until somebody comes to get you. And to change that thinking after 20 years, 25 years of training is significant and hard. So we're continuing to make that adjustment with our staff, and believe it or not, at North Gresham. The DLI teachers were training on Monday. The secretary accidentally bumped into the secure button on the building, so the building started to lock itself down. And the buttons, the announcement says, lock yourself down, evacuate. It should say that because you want to secure yourself and then find a way out. They were confused. Which one do we do? And it goes back to that years and years of training of what they were taught to do, and we still have some significant shifts. Questions for Mike or I?
No, you
Just for that.
Yes.
And there has been someone who's asked us to do a policy on that, and we brought it to the policy committee, and we're not ready to bring it forward.
My policy.
To prohibit.
Oh, okay, so there's no policy, but that's the state law.
State law is that you can carry a conceal, a properly permitted. They want you to do a policy that would ban that.
Like you said, it can.
They can, but we have
we have to think of our campuses as our,
Mhm.
right? So we get to dictate the rules which we're gonna allow people in. And this got brought up years ago, he had to deal with it, and the football game, the guy wanted to carry the gun. It's not coming in. And that's our right. So we get to say, no, you can't come in because we have no guns on campus.
It's my problem. Full time, you're getting your permit. Specifically, they tell you if that's stickers. And concealed carry.
But it's that maybe I don't have a solid look at it.
I don't know, it was, I mean, the question came up more than 10 years ago, 10 to 15 years ago. And, yeah, and it was, a little bit more prevalent in rural areas. Where people just routinely consider, carry. And I'm not trying to stereotype.
Well, I mean, I would venture to say that our community is not clear on that answer.
No,
Yeah.
That would be
no.
my
But
Yeah.
I think-
assumption, and it's only an assumption.
I mean, with our policy, I think that, I mean, they're changing the instruction, whatever you do when you get one of those. And that we probably should be up to date. Anytime we can provide clarity about what our process is, we probably should. That way people don't get all mad and.
The people that are trying to go for the policy want the policy that I've never heard about a sticker.
Oh, yeah.
They just want the policy to be none, period, regardless of what licensure you have, none. And OSBA said it's not really an enforceable policy, and I don't like policy that you can't enforce. Because then you can pick and choose whatever other policy you don't want to follow.
But it's interesting when you've got, like officers respond to, I don't know, any kind of campus, like a church. If it says no trespassing and it's very specific, then the officers can, make that happen. But if it doesn't say or state, so we'll try to figure out. I did have one other question because we are just a few minutes over time. Mike, what would you say is your biggest, challenge for safety generally district-wide?
I would say, it's the one that if I were to ask the board to follow me this, it would be this one. I thought a lot about this. I think you were this late in spring. It is custodial parent issues. So right now, law enforcement, that's a civil matter. So if we call them, because we got two parents that are in front of the school or in the school, arguing over who gets the kid, they're not showing, because it's a civil matter. Which then puts us, we have to become referee, who gets the kid, who doesn't get the kid. And this happened late last spring at one of our elementary schools, and I literally had to sit there for 3 hours with these two. And I got the dad to accept to walk away. And at the end of the day, I felt lousy about it because it was his turn for the kid. So if I were to ask the board to get involved in some kind of policy at the state level, I would ask that. Like, if the board stepped in and there's a custody issue, they ought to put something in there that says there's some kind of penalty for either parent that's gonna show up at the school and make an issue.
This would even was yesterday. Yesterday at one of our elementary schools, a parent who had lost custodial rights. Came and demanded records. There was a secretary there by herself. She called me and it was tense. You were in the office and I was getting ready to go over and drive as quickly as I could. But we have no recourse. Those are our most unsafe situations, is when it's parent anger.
I'm so glad you did. I would. This feels like we're not the only district. You know, that's not. I don't think board policy is the ultimate solution. I feel like OSBA might have.
I've got check, because I don't know for sure. But it feels like I'd rather have bigger policy than for individual districts to be crafted. Yeah,
No, I
there's a
agree.
lot.
But there's a bigger, I think, if we weren't aware of it, and now we are, who in the legislature or, you know, putting it into law, or even the DA or anybody else in that capacity, they may not know it either. And if it's an impact work that's safety or student safety, then somebody needs to address it. So I think us raising the issue is great.
And to be clear, I'm not asking this board to make
Yeah.
also not that, I'm asking
Affect
the
change.
liaison with the state legislature. And have something, see if we can make some headway with the legislature and then has some kind of jurisdiction.
That's great, thank you.
Well, I will say kind of outside, working in a different type of school, we had this exact same situation happen at a field trip.
Yeah.
And it was like a 2 week long conversation. I picked the kid up on the field trip, even though it was one person's day. And I'm like, we're not, whatever the post says, but we have no backing.
It is almost weekly now that you said that. And as you say, field trip, where I had to tell a principal to pull herself out of some significant activities at the building level to go with teachers on a field trip because we knew a parent was going to show up while the kids were out, which is very unsafe.
Interesting. Okay, okay.
Well, the one on the screen was-
All right.
Thank you.
Okay,
So
Mike?
is that it? Any other questions from
Other
Mike?
questions from Mike?
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, thank you, thank
Oh,
you.
thank you.
All right, Mr. Cook, you're up again.
Thank you.
Gresham High School climate.
Hang on a minute. I did not prepare a presentation for you. I have my bullet pointed things to go to and answer your questions. That's why I put my glasses back on. I'll just give you the update of where we are, what happened, what we did in the spring, what we've done over the summer, and things that have happened in earnest the past couple of weeks because school's starting up again. So we have brought in a total of 4 outside consultants. One more immediately, one to do in-depth focus groups through June and into July, and give us a summary. 2 of them working together, counselors for some team building things between a couple of departments at Gresham High School campus, monitors, counselors, and the admin. So those are licensed counselors. One's a former employee, one's a well-known person from the region who does really good work around these things. Both of them certified counselors. Let me make sure I've covered all that. We've also hired a student manager to enhance supervision. Well, we haven't hired. We have posted and for hiring a student manager for Gresham High School, which will help with the supervision piece and help us in coordination. And we recruited an AP from in-district who knows teachers, knows staff, and knows the instructional vision to replace Tori Manhara, who left last year.
And she would, what position is that?
There's alignment with what we're hearing from the outside consultants about what they see when it comes to overall safety, and these are all separate groups who didn't coordinate together, so there are some things that they have come together on. And the themes that they have come up with are pretty consistent as well, and I'll read those themes to you here in a minute, because this is what we're basing our plan on. The other thing I'll say is, when Bruce left and we hired Sarah DeBoy from Oregon City, she is fantastic. I am so glad that we have her. I say that very sincerely. She's an experienced administrator. She knows schools. Her learning curve is really knowing this district at this point, but she's also pretty objective coming from the outside, not having that experience. So I've assigned her to be at the leadership meetings at Gresham High School so far this summer and to give me her impressions of what she's seen too. So it's a combination of 5 outside people giving me information to see what we need to do next, which I'm also sharing with Tracy and James and Angela too. So these are the themes that we are working. Create a consistent behavior response to tardiness, bathrooms, disrespect between adults and students. Bathrooms, though, is a hard one to crack right now. It is a nationwide problem. You almost have to hire 10, 20 people to monitor bathrooms all the time to be able to really get after it. It's not as easy as you think, but we have generated systems that we think will help. Right? Create a reciprocal communication systems, both formal and informal, that facilitate quick responses to questions, concerns, and processes. And really what that boils down to is quicker feedback, quicker responses to different things, and how it's that done so people have real-time access to that. So we have put some new systems in place, spreadsheets, et cetera, that people can reference, and weekly meetings for people to communicate with each other about what is happening. Structured and regular review of discipline data must be scheduled. That is a very good one, and it also works in tandem with a lot of what we're doing to reboot PBIS district-wide post-pandemic this year too. So that just fits into a lot of our efforts that we're already doing. And that I will cut, because you all asked before about some, when it comes to discipline handbook, a few things that I'll add into this too. We are cooperating with Northwest Regional to facilitate goal-oriented meetings with building leadership groups and staff to start the year. So there have been 2, maybe 3, I could be losing count, leadership meetings so far. That's not unusual for a high school to have going into the year. And Vicky Nishioka, who is a skilled facilitator, has been at 2 out of 3 of those meetings, and Sarah has been at all of those meetings so that they can help make sure things are progressing forward. And create a reciprocal communication rubric that allows staff to evaluate progress on our efforts. We have a rubric, it's a 4-level rubric with, I want to say 8 different areas for improvement that allow staff to give feedback and input in an ongoing manner. I think it's going to be every 2 weeks. Don't quote me on that one. I can't remember exactly what we said in our meeting last week. That way staff's giving real-time information back on how things are going. So those are the 5 themes. It's in the second. Create reciprocal communication systems, both formal and informal, that facilitate quick responses to questions, concerns, and processes.
So that's distinct from 5. How's it distinct from?
The rubric is an evaluation. 5 is an evaluation.
Oh, okay.
And my question on that second one was response to questions from whom? Is it parents, kids, teachers, administrators? Who's?
I think it's all of the above, but it's mostly teachers and students.
I think that's the original.
Yeah. The challenge when you get in, I can speak to this clearly as a high school principal is, your schedule changes pretty regularly and gets booked up very quickly. How you manage that schedule so that you can meet with people regularly is important. How did you block off time so people can walk into your office and have quick communication so that you don't have to set an appointment, which may take 4 days to get to. And then by then your issue is finished or escalated or not important. So getting that real time there to meet with people.
So a couple questions. In terms of the plan of how you're going to implement each of these and the timing of when you want to see, there's like full implementation, these have been addressed. And then an evaluation of how they're working. I mean, I know the rubric is good,
Yep.
but from an administration standpoint, what's your overall implementation and review?
I have that all written out. Now that's personnel matter now. But it's all written out. It's well understood. That's between me as the evaluator and the employee with a lot of help from others too. So it's been shared. That makes sense to you?
Yeah, so this is okay, so I was thinking this was just a, implementation of Gresham High School policy thing, but it's really
It's multi-layered.
specific expectation to it, okay. And so what's the student manager position?
It's kind of like a dean of students.
Okay,
We have them at the middle school level, so we use that job description, enhanced it a little bit. So to add more supervision time, that person will be able to handle some of the referrals and some of the communication. And handle that coordination with campus monitors and counselors and a few others.
Oh. Mine's not a question, just a comment that I'm gonna preach until I no longer see. And that's as we talk about creating consistent responses to behavioral incidents. I'm just highly, well, I'm not a professional educator, but I think I continue to be a little bit concerned, even when we talked through at our last NPSS behavioral conversation about parents / guardians being optional participants at a tier 3 intervention level and not included as a stakeholder. I just will continue to float that. I think parents are part of the solution.
I would also add, as that just reminded me as I was reviewing the agenda last night, and later we're gonna hear somewhere the district equity committee survey, like that was one of the things that needed improvement was the parent communication and feedback. So I think that's what our community is saying also, like they want to be a part of their kids' school, so how can we tie that? So that might be kind of along the same lines.
When it's time to go to the handbook, I can comment on some of that. For you. Just maybe come back to it. Other questions on this, because I'll kind of table your question if it's okay for you, and then let's take it to the handbook. Other questions on this?
I guess one, and you might not. If you had a vision for, when we are out of the woods, so to speak. Because I know it's kind of slow and steady for progress. Maybe a year, 2, I mean, how long, what's the time frame for like really kind of feeling good about where we are there?
I think there's 2 ways to look at that. The numbers piece. Behavior changing, that actual data piece could change pretty quickly. December, things like that, if the systems we put in place have the effect they do. The human memory and perception of how things felt and for how long could take longer than that. So how are you bringing those 2 together, I think is, so it's 2 answers.
Good, thanks.
Okay.
So continuing conversation.
Continuing conversation.
Okay.
Discipline handbook, which my superintendent asked me to get some bullet points together this morning. That's clear.
And I might have asked you before, you only remember.
Some sad for that part.
Oh.
No, come back.
No, I don't just go down that rabbit hole.
Okay.
That, before you wanted to ask about specific set consequences, or you made a comment about specific sets of consequences for kids, that consistent piece, and that's not unrealistic.
I wanna. Just say, let's say, be misunderstood. I'm not. I'm not concerned about specific consequence and response. Except that I think parents and families are part of the solution, more part of the solution than they are.
That, okay, I can help.
But specific response mechanisms, I'm not, I think that came up in our board goals. The reporting is what matters. To me from the instance.
Okay, that's a good clarification then. The handbook is a significant shift for several reasons. The first is, honoring law where our other one didn't. So it was a big shift in that we are now current with Oregon law and other federal law. The other piece is it offers staff and administrators multiple options for discipline. If a kid is, we'll use the fight piece, gets in a fight. It used to be that it was a rock solid 3 days, you're out. You didn't investigate things, and it could have been that the kid was bullied for months beforehand, lost his temper, end of story, but you couldn't consider that before because of the consistency. Now the handbook gives you a range of options for different situations. Instead of that rock solid, you have to do that. And then that kid who was bullied gets suspended, said, now the school doesn't care to me, and then stops them those things. So it's eliminating those things, or trying to. It also, for the first time, it has specific responsibilities for staff, students, families, and admin of what they should do. The traditional look at discipline was the kid got in trouble, the teacher interpreted it that way, the teacher wrote the incident report, and the administrator dealt with it. There's a lot of challenges with that, particularly that a teacher does give away some power, just like a parent would, if you have somebody else doing the discipline. So you always want to be involved, you want to co-manage those things, and that's the philosophy of the book. So there's several different levels in there too. It also asks us to take in and consider a lot of other information when making those decisions too. And how do we bring a kid, if a kid was suspended or had detention or something like that? back into the building as comfortably as possible so that kids can engage. So philosophically, that's the shift in the book. It will be a challenge, although most teachers have read it, and we do have solid agreement with the unions. They're on board with all these changes. That shift of, I do have some responsibilities in helping kids feel comfortable, and it's now codified in a book, is gonna be a big shift for teachers. It'll be a big shift for other staff as well. It'll be a big shift for our administrators too, because now how do they grapple with that? I want to make sure I cover other things as well. The other shift is gonna be, the secondary going to kind of an elementary mindset on a few things too. We never had majors and minors at the secondary before, we now do. So now things are handled a little bit differently, there's different responsibilities in majors and minors, and it makes our system more consistent, so we can look at the data more consistently also.
John, if I could interject.
Sure.
One statement. I think there may be a misperception or perception out there that with the new discipline handbook, that there is really no consequences for students. And there specifically are consequences for specific actions. Even though there's a breadth of consequences, there are still consequences for students that are dysregulated and appear to be violent and or it's just more of a comprehensive way of really trying to support the kid, particularly if they are not in school for a period of time, how to help re-engage them back into the school. So it's a bit more comprehensive than just specific consequences for behavior. It is really around how to then re-engage that student. But I want to make clear, just in my understanding, expectation around disciplinary, our handbook is that this is where it's going to need to have some time to be able to train not just our administrators, but our building staff. Push forward to our students and our families that there are consequences, but again, it's a little bit more not necessarily as black and white as if this happens, it's happening.
Yep.
There's a range of things that are there.
So-
that you're
Could I just ask James, if you're comfortable answering it, do you detect that misperception coming from the board, or are you hearing it from staff, community?
I think I've heard it from quite a few people, just because it was somewhat new. There was a lot of time with the committee meeting and really coming up with, this handbook. And I think that as we were talking about it, not just at board meetings, but I've heard staff ask me questions around. So what we're saying is that the student walks up to somebody, punches them in the face, that there's really no consequence for that student. Like, that is not what this means. And then they wanted me to show them specifically where that's at. So I've heard that from license, I've heard that from classified, I've heard that from, community members, but community members thus far have very limited interaction with them because we haven't necessarily rolled it out. I know we've had two different conversations with the board. I just want to be clear, I'm saying this publicly, that there's not this understanding that there's no consequences, but I do think that it's more of a comprehensive approach. And as I asked John to speak directly to this, I think he and I have had a conversation and certainly agree that there are consequences. It's just that I think some people don't necessarily agree that maybe the consequences is appropriate for the behavior. And my expectation is that we're trying to change a behavior. So consequences need to be appropriate to try to change a behavior. We might agree or disagree on what those consequences are, but I think that the disciplinary handbook has some very detailed outline information. And again, it's been agreed to by our associations. So I'm going to trust that our associations are fully supportive of this. But now with everything, we need to communicate with our families, make sure our students understand that there are going to be consequences for that so that we can all be on the same page moving forward this year. That's why I was like, this year we need to have really a year zero to make sure we set a baseline of expectations and there's consistency for building the building, not just level to level in our K-12.
Can I just clarify, and this is also for public benefit, right, / for the board coming out of our goals. The range of options apply after the behavior is reported.
Correct.
So the reporting of the behavior is not an option.
Yes, that's a very good question, because as you were asking before, you're always gonna have, I was a teacher that didn't have many management challenges in my class. It was by how I approached kids. It was just a skill that I had. Where the person next to me was different and did report. There were times when a kid may have said something to me when I was teaching where I said, hey, you need about 10 minutes and then let's talk about this. Or see me at this point and let's talk about this, where I might not have preferred that. We're gonna be battling that because everybody, parents, everybody has their own opinion on how they want to handle things. We need to have the systems available for teachers to be able to report when they feel the need. Because it's gonna be difficult to say that to one teacher person that you at all absolutely must report this type of behavior when they may view it differently, that human interpretation of interaction. So that's always going to be a challenge. Parents in houses view behaviors differently that their own kids do and struggle with coming on the same page, and that's usually just two people. So there's always going to be that. Well, our job is, to your point, is I need to have clear, understandable systems in place for teacher support when they feel they need to.
Okay, I think this shifts the conversation.
It might.
Because the fidelity. And I'm gonna go to the easy one. I think you're talking. I get if. And I'll go.
Yeah.
What I wish were absurd examples.
Right.
If a child picks up a stapler and hits another child.
Oh, yeah.
There is no option to report. The consequence after the reporting, absolutely.
Right.
If a child uses a racist derogatory term, whether they understand it or not, it's reported. The consequence is informed by what we perceive as the intent.
Yep. Absolutely.
Okay.
And I don't think you'll get much argument on staff on that one. I was looking more at the staff continued argument with disrespect. Those
I think
things.
there's the minor,
Yes.
and maybe there's a difference in minor and major, so
Yes.
I have to look back at that referral. So like,
Yes.
would minor referrals potentially be, I guess, more to teacher discretion? That's how I want-
Yeah, they are.
Majors are,
And they're handled by the teacher too. A minor is mostly handled by staff. So I appreciate that, because you are correct. Those things are not. And that we have to build that capacity, and that comes with training.
Yeah, I just wanna. I'm with you. I want. If I could set a culture from a board standpoint, it would be where for every kid, and we want to see growth and improve. And acting out in those ways does not benefit a child. The referral is not the consequence.
Right.
It is not a label. It's not a life sentence. It is a data point that is critically important for us to understand how to improve the conditions in the classroom and the success of all of our students. If we don't get accurate reporting because of bias or a fear of you're gonna see me as not managing the classroom, or you're gonna see me as whatever, we forfeit our chance to improve. And I am very fearful that those labels and those fears are going to prejudice the willingness to report. And so we can't.
So put the nuance aside that I gave you, and then take the two examples that you gave. I can confidently say, universally, staff. I can also confidently say, despite the fact that people fear, I haven't had any of my administrators, not since I've been an administrator, retaliating against somebody for writing too many referrals. It is a perception that's out there, always has been, because you're gonna have an evaluator. But we need to continue to hammer that home, but that's not going to happen. Now, if it leads to a point where we see that there's a classroom management issue, because if that's a coincidence and it's not being handled and there's a management issue, yeah, then there could be some changes. Because that does give us data as evaluators to look at a classroom and say, maybe there are some things we can help a teacher improve on. Yeah.
Maybe there's a child support issue that is external.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I think what I want to say publicly as well is having experienced classrooms through the eyes of my own children. I can't particularly think of a moment when I thought, I just wish the classroom were managed better. I can think of numerous moments when I thought, gosh, I wonder what's happening in the child's life.
Yep.
And gosh, I wish there were a way to engage other adults who love them to make improvements.
Yeah.
And, okay.
It's so, I know we're, just a little
Okay.
over time, but what the project, because at the National School Board Conference, they talked a lot about, and I think it's really valuable, whatever the misperceptions are, whether we can, stop them or shouldn't all of a sudden them. But when we know them up ahead of time, we
Yep.
should be trying to address that when we do the training.
Agreed.
And I'm interested because what they talked about was getting to train the trainers within each building. And that it's a role play kind of thing, because the more people understand the why of the discipline, what the ultimate goal is, which is to maybe report, but to meet the needs of the child, resources for teachers, and they understand it so, not perfectly, but really the depth and breadth of it, it's going to be more successful. And conversely, if you don't get that level of buy-in and understanding and confidence in implementing it, it's not going to be successful. So I'm interested in what the process is and how long.
I can give you an outline real quickly, if I can have 2 more minutes, Jeff.
You have 2 more minutes and I have 1 comment too. So
Okay. Here's what's been done so far. With the shift that this was, I spent March, April, May, with each level administrator, several meetings of breaking down this book. What we realized early on, and that was to the frustration of some people who really wanted to roll it out. Our administrators did not have a complete understanding of what the book meant, and that came across real clearly in March after it was adopted. So I made a decision to delay and have those deep conversations with administrators. At the same time, Tracy was leading ILT, and it enabled this new handbook, enabled us to reboot PBIS. Because instruction is really what gets kids understanding of what the expectation is. On top of that, because we had a different incident reporting system, we're not calling them referrals anymore, we're calling them incidents. And we now have majors and minors at both levels. We now have a flow chart for a teacher to see, which we didn't have before. How does this work? We worked with administrators in August so they could roll this out to their staffs consistently. Here's a scenario, work through this, how would you do this? And this was at levels. So they have a PowerPoint they're consistently going to use in all of the buildings to roll this out. They have rebooted their PBIS teams, which we have spent a lot of time this summer. Their building teams, looking at incident reports, looking at the handbook, how does this line up? So that the PBIS teams can roll it out with their principals at the same time and have common understanding. It is the first rollout. We're going to have bumps going into fall. So if we've told them we have to revisit at this point, and this point, and this point, you have to bring the information back to us to adjust as necessary as well. So that's the overview of the training we've done so far. It has been deep and substantial. Teams, we've been getting it for a couple.
I just wanted, I think there's been a lot of words between when I had the thought and now. With the work that's been going on at Gresham High School, with the consultants, with the people, with working on circumstances there. How much of that is kind of that aha, and it's going to go other places? Because it does sound like there are other things that we're doing as we're rolling out the handbook, as we're rolling out other things. But were there some things that came out of the work the consultants were doing to keep from happening at other schools? What sort of blew up at Gresham? That are there things that we learned from that we'd say, we need to shift in what we're doing here, shift in here? I mean, we had a little conversation about the cell phones. The cell phones are not the issue. This is the issue, getting kind of at what's the issue so that we can at least be heads up on it.
I think what we learned is it reaffirmed what we've been talking
about
and what we needed to do.
Okay.
And so we, as a system, kind of knew that post-pandemic anyway. This needed to happen. Most districts have done that.
Okay.
So I think it reaffirmed what we had. That's what I learned the most of.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, and there'll be more conversation.
Okay.
Sure. Right. Okay.
I just have last comment about what Mike said about teachers being concerned, evaluations and all that. I would suggest training for staff, because just like Stephanie goes through the history, and incident reports, and teachers also make assumptions about it. And if they have access to all of this. Kids at the beginning of the year, when they transfer such a class, they can make assumptions student based on the incident report. And it may happen that it wasn't even whatever, if they have whatever. They can make assumptions.
That's a great point, Myra, because the information in there, you know, our intent, my understanding would be, so you can identify a child that might have something externally going on that we need to address, which is the reason why you want to be able to access that. But if the teacher isn't trained in that that's what you're supposed to do, then it could be used negatively, so that's.
And the kid never gets a
Mhm. It's definitely a balance, and
It
it's
is a
just how we use the information and be clear about what our intent is in terms of how to use it.
I agree. My linear perspective is in the disciplinary handbook. Those major incidents are well defined.
Yeah.
And so either it applies or doesn't. I'm not naive to think the bias doesn't still apply. But intention, shouldn't be on the table as that's reported. After it did.
Regardless of history.
And that's more nuanced, I also believe, with minor and major referrals.
It is.
Treating with a stapler and disrespect. Intention plays into each of those very differently. And
That disrespect looks different.
And I should add, 'cause disrespect came out, that ship in sale, we've actually removed disrespect from that list. Because people view disrespect differently. Yeah. Tracy disrespects me daily.
On the daily.
Tyler.
Only on days that end with.
Write it.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. You're welcome,
Okay,
sir.
all right. So we're gonna go, because we're a couple minutes behind, but that's okay. Next up is just a real, high level brief on bonds and levies. In some of our budget meetings, we've had conversation about bonds and levies and local operating levies and things of that nature. So it was just kind of looking back. I was just looking at the 2016 board packet, and May 2017, I'm the only one on this entire list, including our CFO, our superintendent, the directors. So, you know, it's a number of people here who have never been involved in a bond.
And Chris, if I could interject, one of
Yes.
the reasons why this came up is that we started talking about when will we do the next bond.
Right.
And it made us realize.
Yeah.
We don't even know when this one ends.
Right.
So not
Right.
just, you know, what it is, but also when ours start, when it ends, and when we should be looking at it.
Right. And so the good news is, I believe Mr. Hugh, I had thought that one was gonna be dropping off sooner.
Mm.
And it's a little bit later than we thought. The one that we just did in 2016 has another at least 10 years or so.
2038.
2038, so, but I thought there was another one. I still need to check with Dennis, because we have
Oh,
two. So, yeah,
2038, if we were to ask our community for dollars to support a capital improvement bond, we would be actually raising people's.
so, so you're stepping on my talk, stepping right on your talk. So, I did also want to say that when we did our bond in 2016, one of the things that because our bond was so well written and because our bond had such things identified, we did get a matching $8 million grant from the state. It's available. That's one of the things that I'd like for us to lobby for with the legislature, that you only get that grant when you pass a bond. And we do have some of our small districts that have been trying for 30 years to pass a bond and they cannot. So they have never had access to that matching fund because they haven't gotten a bond to start with. So a little bit of disparity there. Questions have also come up in our budget committee meetings as well as by board members over the last few years about a local option levy. And some of our neighboring districts have tried to pass those. My view is in this community, we will never pass a local option levy. We will never pass. It's an added tax. It only lasts for 3 years. It's very specific for what it's used for. It can only be used for operations. A capital bond can only be used for physical plant. Local option requires the renewal. It is an added tax, and it also takes into play what other taxes are going on in the community. So as you get into the third year of your local option, you're actually collecting less money, so a compression. So it's a very hard lift. When I was watching the latest one with Park Rose, that I thought they had a slam dunk because of what they were going for, and it went down hard. So I think that's just one of the things. Local option can only be used for people, and a capital bond can only be used for things. You cannot cross the two. We've used up, I believe, Mr. Cook or Mr. Hugh, we've used up all of our bond money. All of our projects finished at this point, so all of our money is gone. We don't hold on to it. We use it, and that's what we told the community we were gonna do, was use it, and we make it
Turf
happen.
fields are almost.
Turf fields are almost finished. The money's been committed for that, right? Generally now, the last bond was the first time that we had a consultant who was in charge of the bond. Prior to that, it was always grassroots. We would have a campaign manager. We would do it ourselves. We realized that we were in a new age, and it was far to our benefit to have a consultant involved. They knew who to call to get money, and they knew who to call to get publicity and to do things and to really present our message. That being said, the person and the people who present that message is the board. What happens is the district identifies what it is that needs to happen. New building, new update, whatever it is, the physical part of it. They can provide the facts that says, we are going to build North Gresham because it's old and it's not suitable for what we want to use it for, and it's going to cost this much money. The role of the board is to go out and say, this is the best thing since sliced bread. We're going to go out there and make this fantastic. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing. District can just say it's going to cost $3.2 million and it's going to be this much in taxes. They can't lobby for passage. We go out as board members and say, pass it. This is what we need to do. So when a bond comes up, when it's time to do that, it's a lot of work for the board to actually go out and do. Any place people would talk to us, I would go and talk to them about our bond and do all the work with that. We always keep a list of things that are in the hopper. Any bond that we do doesn't cover 100% of everything that needs to be done. We try not to let buildings and facilities get into such a state of disrepair that it needs a lot of work. So we're constantly doing work with them. And our district, again, that comes back to that superintendent thing. Our district is in good shape. Our buildings are in good shape. Our finances are in good shape. And we're not looking to do another bond anytime soon, not at least during my lifetime. And again, just gonna say it one more time, because every time we get the money, people say, you can go out and get some more teachers. Not with a capital bond. You cannot do that with a capital bond. It can only be used for physical plant. Likewise, a local option can only be used for employees, cannot be used to build things. So, so anything else on that?
So just to clarify.
Yeah.
We are not gonna do a Vermont anytime soon.
Probably not within 10 years, I would think.
One thing we are doing, and you've already given us permission to start a long-range facilities plan. And the long-range facilities plan will inform you
Right.
on what the needs of the district. So you can plan over time. The last one we did was 2014.
Right.
So it's been 10 years. And so we're in the process, and it should be completed around November through January. So we'll have that information for future consideration. So if the district were to go after a bond at some point in time, we'll identify what the specific needs are of the district. The second thing I would say when it comes to money, that can be used for staffing. So not very long ago, Portland Public Schools passed theirs, and in the past they had the money to pay for about 800 teachers. Now, with the same kinds of monies, because it's a lot more expensive when you're talking about personnel costs, right? Salary, insurance, and benefits. Really, that same money is about 650 teachers. So over time, of course, and your community still has to pay into that. So, there are challenges around that as a strategy to support, staffing for the district. But there are districts that have successfully been able to pass that. And I will say, of the largest 10 districts in the state, which we are number 10,
Mhm.
6 of the 10 of us actually have local options. 4 of us don't. We're one of the 4. So, it is something that we've considered in the past, but it is a significant challenge for us to have to push. But I would say, even though, some of our bonds are falling off in 2038, there's probably going to need to be a conversation from a future board on what the specific needs and when the right time is for the district to actually go after a bond, because I will argue that in 2016, the district has been on budget and on time, and I think that's a good thing. Unfortunately, I was hopeful that maybe we could go after another bond sooner than that, but when we got that information from folks that we're really not gonna fall off until 2038, it was information that we felt to make sure the board, the community understood.
Question that's
Sure.
kind of somewhat related to this.
Okay.
Because I believe it was at the same time that we did our 2016 bond, which I was not on the board for, but I know around that time frame they also did the re-boundary lines, and I don't know how often that happens. Is that something that is normally done with the bond, or is that something that is only done when there's a need? Do you anticipate there being a need?
Currently, our schools are not full. So I would say, that is not an immediate need. I would say it's always on the table when we're looking at emerging needs. And if we are consistently growing, when we, built our 2 new buildings with North Gresham and East Gresham, we did build capacity for more students. And then when we, moved students from other facilities, other buildings, we made sure that classrooms were remodeled and renovated so that they were larger than the amenities for 21st century learning. Our middle schools and high schools kind of the same. Right now, Gresham is as large as far as student population as Barlow. In the past, it's been the other direction, but our schools are not necessarily at capacity yet. So I would say maybe in the future, there may be some conversations if we continue to grow. Because we still have 30,000 less students across the state. Whatever it means for Gresham-Barlow, we're pretty flat or maybe slightly growing, which is again better than other districts around the region. But that could be a consideration if over the next decade, we find that we're growing by 2% over time. It could be something that we're gonna have to think about, looking at additional schools.
So Tracy,
I was just gonna say the other big driver related to the bond and the timing of the last boundary adjustment was the closure of West Gresham. Because we had a school full of students to reassign, which then caused kind of the trickle of. Most of the changes were at elementary. I know there were some slight middle school changes, but it was because of the closure of West Gresham that was part of it.
So would the long range facilities assessment be an indicator of that? Or I guess my question is, how would we know? How would that come about?
It will include census data, most current census data.
We get that.
So it's not gonna necessarily, it's gonna project out for the next 10 years. But I'm not quite sure I would agree how accurate that information is, because I remember when I first started in the Gresham-Barlow School District in 2003, there was a hope that the urban growth boundary was gonna move past Damascus, and that we were gonna actually be able to build a new high school, which, I was viewing that as Damascus Union High School, where I thought, I'm gonna end my career being a principal of a high school out. Well, guess what? That never did happen, right? So I'm not quite sure I would agree that that is so accurate of information, where it just kind of depends on where we are. We do have some district facilities. We have some land, property, to be able to utilize at some point in time. But right now, I don't expect there to be significant growth in our district. I think it's gonna be moderate at best, within the 1% to 2% range.
So would you say our indicator would come more than from like class sizes, that numbers that we do every year? That's what would indicate the board.
And then we have transfers and so on,
Yeah.
those kinds of things, so those probably more accurate at this juncture.
We did the boundary adjustment because of 20-year development.
Yes.
So it theoretically should endure, but
Right. One other thing, and then I'm gonna move us on to the next thing. I do wanna say on the local option, local levy, local option, whatever you call it. Local, which word goes first? Local option levy, thank you. I hope that our district never passes. Because I think at deep-seated equity level, they're very inequitable. I see that some of the school districts that have passed them are school districts that do have the resources within their community to be able to pass it. So they get additional money in their school and they still get the same allocation from the state. So they're still getting the money. They have more in their district. The state needs to fix the allocations. The state needs to work on, because they're creating this system of haves and have-nots across the state. Where you have, and I'm not gonna call out the districts, but you have districts that can provide all of the co-curricular activities. They can have a small classroom space. They can have things that even our district, as a pretty solid district, cannot easily do. And then you look at a district that can't pass a local option, and you'll see increased class. You'll see things where they can't do for their students, and it becomes where you live. And that shouldn't be. If the state has taken over funding of our schools, which they did with Measure 5 and Measure 50, then they need to fund the schools and not rely on local communities to do this extra tax for their communities, knowing that their communities can pay for it and other communities cannot. The fact that 6 of the 10 can do that tells me that it is a very uneven system, and I don't like it. So.
I think I can generally concur.
Okay.
So. Space comments.
Because of the community,
Yes.
but at the same time,
We're a
yeah,
tax community.
yeah.
And I think the vulnerability that we're in right now, if I were just, but all of us bring our perspectives of our community that we represent, but the 2019 was probably peak opportunity, peak confidence. Because we were building these beautiful buildings under budget ahead of schedule, and the community was thrilled about it. And then the pandemic happened, the state response to it happened. The fallout from it has happened. And I think we have, I would just express urgency in the next 10 years. You know, well, yeah, because 10 would put us at 34. That's when we probably start. These next 10 years are critical to build trust and a collective witness of the greatness of our business and the resources that make it abundantly available. If we want, if our vision is that our community continues to have buildings where kids can thrive, we know that our building lifespans are not going to endure. If we fail in 2038, we're in a tough spot. And future generations are in a tough spot. These 10 years matter a great deal, because even if the bond fell off today, we're
Right.
You know, and I just think.
Yep. So,
The next one's actually only gonna take me less.
okay, all right. Okay.
So this is the district office update. As you know, we have been talking about for quite some time about relocation of the current district office. We had looked at West Gresham, and then, over the course of the last year and a half, as I was taking a look at, options, because we had thought that we were not going to be able to stay in our current space. Now, there's been some changes with the city, there's been some different conversations. I thought I was gonna have a conversation this week, got postponed to next week. But at this time, what I can confirm is, the district has a letter of interest in with the Friends of Multnomah County Library about the interest in us purchasing the current library facility. It is our understanding there might be other entities that might be interested in that. And therefore, I don't know where we stand. I've asked Dennis Clay to reach out to Friends of Multnomah County Library to see where we are in that process. So we're in the process of sending them a letter to find out a timeline and what's happening. If we find out that there may be other interest in the library as well, we have to decide if we're going to be putting X amount of dollars, which we've kind of allocated some dollars based on some property that was recently sold. We might have to think about other options in place. I am thinking through that. I'm not ready to speak to that right now, just because I don't necessarily know where we are with the process. Within the next 30 days, I should have more familiarity, and I might be able to speak to it at the September 18th work session if we have time, or not, make sure that we have some updated information in early October or by the October work session. But I will just say this last piece is that when I mentioned that I was retiring, I talked about a succession plan, and I talked about some priorities that I wanted to make sure that it was done. And at the time, I was very confident that based on some of the decisions that we made about some property and some dollars that we would have in our coffers to be able to look at a district facility in the heart of downtown Gresham. I am not necessarily as confident at this time. I'll just leave it at that. I'll answer any questions, or we can move on to the next.
I just have one quick question, which you might not have an answer to. Do we, I think the last update you didn't know, but do we have a timeline at all? Or have we heard when we would need to be out of the current building?
I have not, again, I have a conversation with the city next week, and I'm hoping to engage in a conversation. I'm hearing a couple of different things. That's why I really don't want to speak to what I heard from the former city manager versus the new city manager. It would be fruitless for me to share that information, because what was said before may not be accurate at this point in time. So I'll hear more information, and I will make sure that I definitely asking the question. But what I do know at this point in time causes me a little bit of concern as far as what we thought we knew, where we are, and maybe the initial plans for the future, because I feel like we've been very transparent about what our intention was to purchase the library, but that might not necessarily happen at this point in time.
Okay,
The only question I have is because the property sale, the property purchase, where we are, those are all board decisions. Is there any benefit to having a board representative be with you when you're having these conversations?
Happy if somebody would like to volunteer that. So that's what it is.
City, it was me when you're doing a new. It's on the agenda there.
Especially if you're comfortable with it. I would have elected representation.
Do we know when the, and maybe that, reaching out, do we at least know when public, just plans for that site will be public? Okay.
We initially put our letter of interest back in March. And, so the Friends of Multnomah County Library, knew of that. We thought that we were the only, letter of interest, and have recently found out that it's not accurate. So we're just trying to make heads and tails of all that information. So trying to work with friends of Multnomah County, trying to work with the city to find out, you know, what their intent of that, our current facility that we're utilizing right now. And then to be totally transparent, we're also looking at what interest we have in that facility, because, you know, we are paying utilities and there is some discrepancy in if we actually own that or we paid some money. So there's a lot to go over. And we don't have a lot of information, but we have some folks that are looking into it and we're doing a lot of research. And, you know, this understanding of what the district's ownership in the current district office facility has been kind of an anomaly for years. Previous CFOs, maybe going back to Michelle Moore many years ago, Mike Schofield, 2 different times that he was here, Jordan Ely, and now Dennis. So, you know, I'm information for it.
Another question, not to put it on the spot, so I'll be in terms, are you confident that our retained real estate services are representing our interests purely and solely?
I am in the process of working through that, both with Dennis and with our current legal counsel to make that determination and make the recommendation to you as a board.
Thanks.
Did you have another question?
Well, just to confirm direction from the board about somebody,
When we
being part of
do,
that.
when we go to the committee assignments, we'll do that.
Okay, so the committee assignment then would be the person to go.
Yeah, let's have that conversation there. Yeah. Okay, anything else, Mr.
No.
All right, let's take 10 minutes,
Too much.
maybe 16 minutes, no, 14 minutes. 14. All right. Oh. Oh, are we back?
Yes.
I didn't hear the little thing say recording in progress, that's why. Just, I didn't hear her voice.
I don't think.
Oh.
Yeah, it's this top right.
Oh.
Top right.
Oh, there we go, sorry. It's recording. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are back. Gresham-Barlow Board of Education Strategic Planning Meeting, August 23rd. Our next item up for discussion is a presentation on the District Equity Committee survey. And Dawn, I believe you're presenting this. Okay, welcome, welcome, welcome.
It is the family input survey. And there are two things that are linked in your docs. One is kind of the larger report that has a lot more data, and then there's a presentation that is a slideshow, and I'm gonna kind of be presenting that, just so you all know. The family input survey was developed by the District Equity Committee last year, which is made up, I know you all know, but I'm just saying this for the recording. It's made up of students, it's made up of families, community members, and staff. And we, as a part of that team, looked at multiple surveys that have been sent out across Oregon and across the country, and kind of gleaned from multiple survey questions, and then they developed some of their own. They developed that survey and we sent it out to all of our families last spring. So that's kind of how that happened. Are there questions about how it was developed?
Not how, but what was the conversation about why we wanted to do it or why now?
Uh-huh. We're required to send surveys to our families once a year in the state.
The
And
committee
So-
itself.
no, the district.
Oh, the
So,
district.
so this was, yeah, because my question was, who did this all go to? Because this is under the, District Equity Committee.
Unfortunately, that's what it was titled, but it's the
Gotcha.
family input survey.
So it goes out
sent
to all,
every single family in the district.
okay. And how many families do we have in our district approximately?
How many families do we have?
Give me a minute.
Okay, all right, because I think we got back like 500 responses. I'm not trying to do
533
presentations, but.
So the last time we
But
sent
I was
out a
curious how many.
family survey, we had about 200. The time before we sent it out, it was about 270.
Oh,
So it doesn't look like we got a lot. We got 533. That's double what we
Okay,
got back on
okay.
previous. And that's pretty much, I looked at all of the surveys that we've gotten back in the past 5
Okay.
years. It was a lot of family feedback, and we sent it out twice, and we had like all of our liaisons sit with families and fill it out. I don't know if you all saw on slide 3 is kind of who sent it back to us.
Right.
And
Mhm.
of the 533 families that sent it back, it is pretty darn representational.
mhm.
There's a lot of categories because our district equity committee really wanted to know more about how to plan for a lot of things. So as you see, like the Hispanic, Latino, Chicano, Mexicano, like population is broken down. We have Latino, we have Mexican, we have Chicano, we have Central American, Hispanic, and we have 28% of the responses were from that conglomerated group, which is pretty close to our Latino families. We had 5% of our responses were from Black families, and 4% of our families are Black. So we had a really representational group respond. Yeah, if that answers that question.
Mhm.
So the reason we had the district equity committee develop the survey is we really wanted family input on how to develop a survey. And it asked a whole lot of questions. It asked a lot of questions around safety, around resources, around whether or not families feel comfortable volunteering and they get information about their students. There were a lot of different questions. On slide 4, were our top 3, our highest 3. And that school safety came out the very highest. Go figure. 97%. Cultural awareness, adult focus, and cultural awareness, student focus were pretty much the same, and at 92 and 90%. Please.
Ask a question on
Yeah.
that, and maybe I don't want to jump the gun, but for example, school safety at 97% is it's a combined number. But the survey seems to define occasionally as a favorable result. So for example, 12% of our students said that they did not feel, 12% said my student is safe at school occasionally, and the survey equated that to favorable. So is that a panorama?
That is a panorama.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, but even if you look at almost always and mostly, the vast majority of people responded almost always and mostly. So,
Yeah.
And you can see in the favorable categories, there's not a huge variation. If you skip down to slide 8, those are the areas for growth. And I heard you say this, Holly, right? This is what I would have predicted, that we would have come back low in. Our lowest was communication and collaboration. And there were areas for that. There were 2 that came in pretty solidly. So my child's school communicates with me when I have a concern. That's 87% favorable rating. And then that question 4 under that category, when I reach out to staff, they reach back, that's a 90%. So I would even take those 2 out, and the areas that we do not a very great job in are, do families hear from us when their kids do something exceptional and something great? And that is a 57%, was our lowest response of any question. And this one, my school provides opportunities to connect with other parents and families in the school. And so for me, those are the 2 really important pieces of data. Yeah, and then the other one is really around family support, which was at 77%. And the important things, I think, under that one, and that's on slide 10, were I know where to get non-academic support and I know where to get academic support. And those are 2 areas and those were pretty much across the board. I also disaggregated by race, and it was pretty even across all racial groups, across kids who qualified for special education and don't, that we are not giving people enough academic supports or enough support in other areas.
John, did you disaggregate the, I hear from my child's school when they do something well exceptional, did that?
It was just across the board. Yeah, it was really pretty even across, and you can also disaggregate by school, and I expected there to be huge variations, like with school safety, for example. I expected there to be a lot of variation. No school came out under 92% favorable for school safety from the parents' perspective. So there wasn't a big difference by school either. Interesting.
I don't remember when we saw the survey. Was this prior to significant precedents over GHS?
It was right around the same time, interestingly, without plan. It actually closed 4 days after the board meeting. So it was right at the same time. So anyway, I'm really proud of us for having families develop this survey, and I'm hoping that we double that this year in terms of number of responses, but I was really happy that we doubled it the last time. We did.
One notice I have, it's in the positive, but to me, when I hear frequently, it should actually be in almost always, is that stuff is sent out in my language. If you look at it, it's 86%, it's almost always, which is pretty much the amount of English speakers that we have. And according to English speakers that took the survey. That's all. So I'm wondering, like, I think, especially for our major languages, everybody should have that as almost always, as opposed to.
That's a
I
good,
agree.
that's a good point. And since our primary communication with parents, where I want to dive into that. It does get on my.
I know, I'm transit, so I'm wondering, like, why are we?
I'm wondering if some of that is, thinking less about school communications that go out through parents prayer and more maybe, homework and things that come home.
Or teacher.
Yeah.
I think there's so many pieces to that, right?
So what are our next steps with this information? Like, I saw this as a teacher, and I saw that families are saying that they rarely hear about this. As a teacher, I would want to just. I'm just wondering. How is it being shared out with staff? And how does the district work?
Well, and probably to add on to that, it's not just what a teacher might do, but it's a systemic
Everyone. Yeah,
change
yeah, yeah.
that Gresham-Barlow wants to be known for. We celebrate the
Yeah.
Going well.
Yeah, well, like, when you do, what is it that, when you recognize staff members or whatever, like, is that something that can be done in schools by administrators or teachers? Whatever, let them decide how to do it. Yeah, no, I was thinking about that, like, I remember.
What was it?
It fits into PBS, because the found research will tell you over and over again. 5 positive recognitions to 1 negative will build positive behavior.
The only comment I have about that is this is a parent taken survey.
Yeah.
And so I believe a lot of that recognition is happening in our schools because I see it all the time. My kids don't always tell me that it's happening at school, even if they're the one being recognized, so the parents might not know that the kids got recognized. And so, but I've also been the recipient of times when a teacher has written to me directly to say something good my student did, or to send home a positive referral, or, you know, they use different things. And so more of that would maybe address this.
And I would say from a parent perspective, I've been opposite.
Yeah.
Where the only thing that I see visually is students getting recognized for their academic achievement. That is not my son. And I have never received, and he's never received a recognition while he has been at school, K to now 7.
And I mean, it's been a minute since my kids were in school, but, and West Gresham, mostly Dexter, I do remember getting those things at home that said they helped a student on the playground or some of those things. So it would be so great if in the due diligence, we found that it was happening in school to the students more often than parents realize, and all we have is a connection to do. One question I have is, I remember a while ago talking about wanting to get more information, whether it's our board goals or whatever it was. And it's like, we can't survey them to death. So, you know, just having the district or the equity committee do this one, is there a way that we branch that out to make it, to gather more of what we need to, I mean, do we want to use this as one of our belonging quotients? You know, measurement monitors, or do we need to broaden the scope of it to where we get some of that? I don't know.
Just a second, because I think I asked the question, how did this survey go out? Who put it out? Parent Square. So it didn't have anything to do with the equity committee.
Well,
They wrote the survey.
They wrote the survey. They wrote the survey, okay, but they didn't send it out.
Panorama survey, and
Got
it would
it,
have gone
but
out
they
to
didn't.
everybody. We sent it out, and then some schools, what we did is we did it the first time, we sent it out the first time, and we saw there were some schools who had not sent back anything. We had nothing from Ray, we had nothing from Springwater Trail. There was really low feedback from Powell Valley. There were a couple of schools and we were like, hey, can you really ask your
Okay.
families? And so we sent it out again with targeted,
Okay,
and then we got a ton back. I
okay,
think we got like 200. I remember sitting in your office and being like, okay, who's not responding? Barlow, we got tons of folks from Barlow the first time. But we didn't have a lot from certain schools. We sent it back out to them.
okay, but it's still, so it's sent out, so I'm still trying to, it's post-lunch sugar high. So the district equity committee did what?
They
with
wrote
this?
it.
They wrote it,
Wrote this.
okay, and, okay,
But
so
but
they
when we
wrote.
had the equity committee, who did
We
this?
used the panorama survey that they had.
But who directed that work?
We sent it out the same way.
It was, but it would just be the district staff. There
Yeah.
wasn't anybody in charge of it.
You're,
Okay,
So,
Okay,
so the district equity committee is a superintendent.
board committee.
it's a
And advisory.
superintendent and board committee, it's both.
So
I
it's like
think-
six.
Well, they.
What?
They put it under superintendent, so they didn't have to do public meeting notice.
Okay, that's.
Yeah.
I have a question about just, implementation, because I have a similar train of thought as Kathy. So, one. Were these uniquely identified surveys, or did somebody?
Yeah, they can only enter. they can only
They go
enter once.
And that was
Okay.
governed by them putting in the name or.
In Panorama, you can say whether it's just like Google Forms, you can say if somebody can answer more than once or that they can answer once.
Okay, so they provide an email address or something, because otherwise if you click.
Yeah.
you
The
can-
email address is already in there as reported because it's in parent center, so it's taken from some people.
And so it just went to parents, not necessarily kids.
You might be able to do it for each kid.
Because different schools, like, have different answers.
If you're a parent and, so that is a good question.
A lot of surveys,
It's
but I
per
think
student.
this is the one
Yeah,
Oh. That is.
that I
because-
did try, because I had two.
because it's very
schools, and I was
different.
like, I can't answer these
Yeah.
questions necessarily the same. I thought it was the survey that I did that, but.
Okay.
Okay, then the other question is about. It is so.
Yeah, okay.
So there's a question, and I remember taking the survey, I didn't, actually Stephanie was taking it, and she was like, I'm not sure how to answer it. There's a question, there are staff in my student school who look like me and speak my language, and the responses are no, a little, or it is getting better.
Okay.
And I was just wondering about how that question is posed.
Mhm.
I recognize that my students predominantly do go to school and make steps. Their answer would probably be yes. But that wasn't the question.
That's
Curious, do you know why, or is there, I imagine that
That's a
was
good
a
question.
through responses, and I would like to understand.
It's coming through the lens of the equity.
Yes,
committee.
coming through
Yeah.
lens that I have,
Right,
and so I'd
right.
like to know.
And so yours would be, of course, they.
Yeah, mine would be yes. and
Predominant
that-
look like- Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I, like, honestly, when I filled it out, it's like, none of those were true.
Yeah, I'll look at that question. Thank you.
Mr. Cook, did you find out?
Don't be, sorry. That's great.
According to Panorama, everybody defines family a little bit differently
Uh-huh.
depending on the family, 10,620 families.
Mhm.
Right now, we have about 10,061 students.
Wow.
Gonna say,
But that's how many students we have, so it's counting a family as a student.
yeah, we'll see if you have blended families and
Uh-huh.
multiple people are entered.
So you
So
could have
it
two.
could count, yeah, it could count as two families.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
Interesting.
The other thing that I'll just share, so I
Yeah,
think
like-
Kathy, it was you, but now I'm kind of fuzzy on who this said, but about all the surveys. So one of the things we've been working on is kind of the cadence of surveys and kind of creating a list of what are the surveys, who takes them,
Yes.
what is
When-
the timeline? That's where the seed survey kind of surfaced as something that
Yeah.
we felt, would carry some weight with our students. But this is the only parent survey besides students or parents of students with disabilities that have a parent survey from ODE, and then incoming kindergartners that are kind of transitioning in, there's some work there. So just kind of we do try to monitor how often we're surveying their own, and schools do their own thing.
Right, and that, I think it's healthy to have an overview of what we're sending out, what we're getting.
Yeah.
And if we're doing one, and it happens to be the equity committee that's drafting it, what other questions are other areas needing answers to that could and should be included? So I don't want to leave that out when you're already making the effort to do the survey, right? Not to kind of combine efforts a little bit. That was my point about asking. Especially when we're now embarking on this whole goal thing. With a lot of
Which is
data.
related, belonging and
Yeah.
opportunity or safety are all just something in this. survey.
Which I guess then that kind of brings to my point too. If we're gonna use this as part of the belonging, then I think we should look at it through a little bit of a lens of board goals and make sure that it aligns with something that we can report to show the continuum. I just don't want to leave that part out.
Maybe it's the board collaborating with that committee.
And I think we have to be cautious about making big assumptions on these surveys because it's a very low percentage.
Mhm.
Even if we cut the families in half and say,
Uh-huh.
it's 5,000,
It's
that's 10%. And you need at least 30% response rate to actually get real actionable data.
And at least in defense of it, the people who responded had something they wanted to say
Yes.
to us. So the fact that there were positive responses says a good thing, because typically people respond when they have an issue with something.
I agree, and what I heard Don say was, we doubled this year as compared to last year.
Uh-huh,
You know, so we need to keep doing it, and Chuck, I agree with you as well. You have to have a certain threshold, but usually the people that fill out this survey would be people that are upset with something,
Mhm.
and they voice that. We're not seeing as much of that upset too, so to me, that's kind of positive. also.
Right, right,
In the spring notes,
right.
Yeah.
like we didn't
And-
ask in
like-
October, you know? And we decided specifically in terms of the cadence, we really wanted to ask in March. We wanted to ask these questions. March or April is what we set as a goal. Because we didn't want to ask too early in the year and get a false positive, you know?
Mhm.
We really wanted to hear what people had to say. So that was intentional.
Don, one quick question. I
Yes.
want to acknowledge that, because you said that your committee or whoever it was, helped, went out to families, which is a lot of work, ton of work, and obviously paid off when you went double it. Did the families ask for assistance? Did you target them? What did that look like?
So Panorama, unfortunately, stopped being able to automatically interpret and translate the survey. And so we sent it out in Spanish and English. So we did target our Slavic population, our Arabic speaking, like we did reach out to folks that don't speak English to make sure that we got them. And then for those schools who hadn't had a response rate that was anywhere comparable to other schools, we asked our liaisons, our engagement liaisons and our multi-language liaisons, hey, we need more families. And so they sent it out to all of the folks that they support, which is all of our families. I mean, engagement liaisons for all of our families. And they were like, sometimes it just took sending it, and then sometimes people would ask for assistance.
So maybe that's more personal invite by somebody that they know, which was the conversation that we had with board goals. If the board is saying, this isn't just a survey, this seed survey, though written by the state and mandated by the state, is something that we are using for our board goals, for listening to your voices, we want feedback. I feel like it's more like personal invite, it comes spots always, yes.
Any other questions? While we're on a timeline? I could talk about this stuff all day.
Do you have any actionable steps that you're taking
Yeah,
based on the survey?
we
right now?
do. So the district equity committee has taken on some of this in terms of coming up with a plan about how to get resources out to families. We took that information to our engagement liaisons. to try and figure out how to have families get better access to resources, because and our McKinney-Vento department response team, what do you want to call it?
I have no idea.
But really, so that piece of those resources is really big, and then we did bring it up in principals meetings, and we're working on this stuff already with them, and so that is a part of our targeted school
And we
work.
are going to reapply for integrated grants this year. And so part of this is feedback to inform that planning as well. It's kind of another.
So very actionable steps in terms of that, especially those two lowest, family engagement and family supports. We've already changed things. We actually changed our website so families can find resources better. We brought that to our district equity committee to have them vet it in different languages to make sure that all of those links and everything that we have on our website is actually findable. Can't even think of words today. Accessible is a much better word. Because our old website, it worked really well in English, and then you would click on things and nothing would translate. And so our Spanish speaking families, our Slavic families were looking for rental assistance, and it's right there. They couldn't find it. So now there's a much more consistent and accessible platform. And that was done as a result of this with our district equity committee. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fortunately, you only have a minute. I'm kidding.
That's good. Yeah.
We're 15 minutes behind now.
We are?
Yeah.
So,
Actually have another topic.
I mean, we have two more topics, so.
Just now we're down to 30 seconds. Well
Yeah.
done.
So are we jumping to Arizona now? No, not necessarily, okay. Cause I was like, we have two more things.
No, I know,
Yeah,
I know,
yeah,
that's what I'm
we're
saying.
gonna be 3 days here. The next one that we have up here is board resolutions and pledge of allegiance. And mostly, we just wanted to review because we do these on an annual basis. Are they the ones that we want to do for resolutions? Are any missing from resolutions? I had one that I thought was missing. And then I wanted to ask about the continuation of doing the pledge of allegiance at our business meetings. We started that a number of years ago, at the request of a board member. She just did it. And we kind of have gotten into that. And so those are just kind of my questions as we move forward procedurally. In March, I wanted us to add Women's History Month is another nationally recognized thing that they do
With
resolution.
the pledge of allegiance,
And the pledge of allegiance.
it's the pledge of allegiance, when we say it during the meeting, or when we're with, it looks like or sounds like we are muting it. Suggestion would be we have a microphone on, because we're only talking mics. But when we stand for the pledge of allegiance, since the mics are on, it looks like we actually need.
And that's actually a bigger, we'll get to that later about, there is a problem with how we speak when we're in our meetings on that as well, but that's good to point out, yeah, that everybody's are off. But yeah, when people don't turn on their mics, you can't hear them when you're on the virtual. So, but the pledge of allegiance.
With the Pledge of Allegiance. Early on, while I was the board, we were transitioning out of COVID, going into our first meetings. And we hadn't been doing it, and then the question came up, should, and my answer was at that time. Well, if we expect it out of our students, which we do once a week or something like that, we should as board members. Do it once a month. And that continues to be. So that's just my perspective.
Is there a reason why we will not do it?
It feels perfunctory, is all. And our students are not required to do it. Our students are given an opportunity to do
Well, I
it.
mean, we're not required to do it either.
Yeah, but I just wanted to clarify so someone hears that. Our students are not required. Usually it comes a lot of times either during an assembly. High school, they do it over do it over the morning announcements.
Maybe the word is incorrect, maybe they, at least they have given the opportunity once a week.
Yeah. So, sorry, I was trying to look up something here real quick. My machine died, so,
Sure, I did ask Sarah to reach out to other organizations within the state or counterparts. Sarah, what were you gonna find out?
Yeah, so as far as resolutions, most of the boards, or yeah, the board secretaries that responded, they only do resolutions in terms of budgetary items, so like we need to move funding around from one budget code to another. Or approve the budget where there's those resolutions at the beginning of the year. And that's really where they focus their resolutions on. They don't do most of the, like awareness months or weeks that we do resolutions for also. I was looking. I think a lot of them do give the opportunity for a pledge of allegiance. I think most of them said that they have that available. And even through COVID had done that. That was kind of, I think I had 15 responses, so it's obviously. But of the like 15 or so board secretaries that responded, that was their take. They don't really do resolutions aside from budgeting stuff, but they do the pledge of allegiance once a month.
Just a little bit of addition, because I know that looking at, the whole question is, why do we do the resolutions that we do and how do we pick? So to clarify that, because that was on your board request sheet. And then the information, I think that it says, that somebody asked, which ones do we do? And everybody's like scrambling, I don't know. And so James came up with the list. So if we can't decide what this list is, then it might need to have more of a board discussion. An interesting thing that I found at the National School Boards, and I thought I printed it out, but I didn't, was so in this whole presentation, it was all about relationship building. And that's what they want to do with their staff and their students. And so the only resolutions they do is for internal janitors, the janitor thing. I mean, it's only people that work inside the building that are either staff or students that, it's like more school related, and it's more recognition of individuals or departments. I wish I had that list and I can send it out.
So I was actually gonna suggest, just because this year, with doing resolutions, there was a couple resolutions that we don't have that for student groups that I know of students of that weren't being recognized in certain months because that wasn't on our list. And so my thought was, if we're gonna we can't maybe do all of them, so how are we choosing to do some and then leave others out? And so for me, the easier solution, I didn't think of not doing any resolutions. I thought most school boards did them, so that's news to me. But I was gonna say the things focused on schools, like school administration month, national school counselor, like the ones related specifically to educators.
Yeah.
If we were gonna do some, encompasses all of our staff, and then make sure that we are not leaving out a certain subset of our staff, right?
Well, and I
Also
would
take
be in
less time.
favor of that. I just think it's kind of performative to do these, because it's not gonna move the dial, us.
Well, and in trying to include, and we are trying to be inclusive and acknowledge, and all of that's good, but you inevitably leave someone out, so. If I could find that list.
Yeah, so a little bit of history behind that has to do with 4 years ago. The board at the time asked the district administration to kind of set which resolutions we do, and I tried meeting with our district leadership team at the time, and there were multiple perspectives on it. And so Athena and I looked at the list of all the different types of resolutions, ones that we had done in the past, and we kind of came up with ones that we felt like was appropriate. And certainly, if things need to look differently or if there's additional considerations, it's a lot of work on Athena's part to actually do the research and have to write up those resolutions. But we are trying to be very inclusive as much as we can, but I'm sure that we do miss some. And it's not that those were, the end all be all as far as this, it was just at the time based on the numbers. And I think John and Tracy certainly remember this conversation, where every ILT and cabinet member had their own perspective. I got to the point where I'm like, I'm just going to set this up, you know, as far as what we thought based on some history and things. And so I'm certainly amenable. I mean, it is a board meeting, so it is your meeting. Therefore, if you want to direct us to do something differently or have some additional resolutions you want us to consider, we're happy to do that. But just wanted to make sure we were transparent. This is how it actually happened and came to be. And then the question did come up, is like, why are we having certain resolutions and why are we not including others? And I thought that's a great question. So,
And it is interesting that at least the ones that responded, they do the budgetary, which makes sense. But not the others, and so,
That, that they just do the ones that are, we resolve to spend money.
yeah.
Yeah. And I had, because I think back, a few years ago when I had asked about it, that it was mostly, the associated with employees. So the administrative professionals, school volunteers, school board recognition, administrators, et cetera. And then, our student populations. And some have been added over the years. We've also got our land acknowledgement that we do as well.
Oh, yeah.
That we read as that. And the pledge, again, I'm going back a little bit, the pledge, was put in for some interesting reasons. And, the fact that they do make it optional for kids to do it. Mostly, it's been falling to Sean lately. We've had times in the past when we didn't have a board member that was willing to lead it. It was put in place, my recollection is about 2006, 2007. By one of the board members that wanted to do it and just did it. And that was where it didn't have a discussion point. It just did. And it was in commemoration of an event. And, so it just became part of it.
I'll do it every time.
Pardon me?
I'll lead it every time.
Okay,
It's not, I just think it's, if we're presenting the opportunity to our students, we should
Which is a
probably.
legal requirement.
it is a legal
And
requirement.
it's legal.
Yeah.
It's not legally required for us.
No, it's legally required for our students to have an opportunity to present it, to be part of it. So, okay, all right, I've got David and Sean down. We'll just leave it at that. And then what about the rest of the resolutions? Comments or questions about that? Like I said, the one that wasn't on there was Women's History Month, but I also don't know what other student populations were leaving out.
Well, so one that I remember is somebody commenting on was Filipino.
you and I had that conversation.
Okay, and
I do feel like there was one over there.
So is the conversation not what we add or what do we want this to look like? Do we need a longer conversation about that? Or?
I would honestly vote to limit recognitions and celebrations because it's time consuming for us and for Athena, and I don't think there's a huge student impact based on the recognition that we do at our school board. I think the recognitions that impact students are the ones that are done in the schools. So, I would be in favor of that, either not doing recognitions, these type of recognitions at our board meetings, or sticking to the ones that are staff related.
Oh, you're talking about resolutions?
we're talking about resolutions, the recognitions and resolutions.
I'm fine either of the options, either we just stick to like the required ones by budgetary standard or whatever. Or staff. review. And that way we don't get like, oh wait, we didn't recognize this person. we didn't recognize that person. It's like our focus is our staff or whatever, education related.
Makes sense.
All right, so, by consensus, then we will just do, the ones that are related to employees within the school district, school administrators, American Education Week, school board recognition. Still get that one in January?
Could I ask about that one?
Sure.
Uh,
Is that one is who made that one up? Is that a state or federal? State? Okay,
And I am
She won't give you the stipend, I at least.
It's
It's on big words, yeah, I respect that, okay. Shoot. I will say this, the stuff that students create is incredibly meaningful,
Yeah,
and this is not dismissive of any of that. And the staff planning and preparation that goes into that is so warmly appreciated. The optics of it, because I'm a guy who tends to overread rooms, is very difficult to stomach sometimes. Taking nothing from the students, nothing from the staff to prepare it. But when you're in that crucible and you've got a dozen people in there who you know are unhappy and dissatisfied and disenfranchised, and you've got this abundance of gifts coming and a special video presentation. It
That would
really
kind of-
wars, it's one of the less comfortable, and I would choose, I appreciate that the state recognizes the sacrifice. I would choose not to recognize it in a board meeting. I think the social media posts, like, that's awesome, and I always sit there and go like, oh, I hope when they post mine. I hope there's not comments.
Yeah, no comment. I saw where you're coming from, but I gotta tell you, when they sent that email out, those questions, and those poems came.
That's in a school engagement, and I think that's awesome.
I have that still in my refrigerator.
And Dave, I think that's exactly what he's talking about. When it is one teacher that engaged the students and we got involved. And I went to the classroom and the two students were, that is totally different than being up on the dais and all of this, public recognition. I have.
And that, because I still have that on my refrigerator, I look at it every day, I make sure there's room. I also still have the two posters that were all the hand. I could not get rid of those, so I have them on my wall at my school.
I can't get with any of it,
I know,
and it
I
is
know.
meaningful. I just think I would choose not to have that recognition in a public board meeting. I think
Can I ask James what the action of staff or students or anybody internal would be to us saying, no, we just don't want to do it publicly? Would that be a negative?
To all resolutions?
No.
School board? Yeah. So on a, more of a personal or, like, I feel like you as a school board volunteer your time and all we do is pay you with a meal. Or I think once a year, an opportunity for the entire school district to say thank you. But personally, that's my belief, right? Like, and I know some of you, you don't do it for the thank you do it because you want to contribute to the public education here in Gresham. But it's always been important to me where, those who don't always certainly don't get paid for it, but certainly the work that you do behind the scenes and the amount of time and energy that you put, I'm a paid employee, so it's expected that I do the thing, but all of you are not. I see you in events, I see you in different functions. And so I think generally our staff and our students appreciate the opportunity to say thank you to all of you. But on the other side of it, I understand, that maybe it doesn't have to be in a public meeting like that. We can still do some of those things to show appreciation and recognition. So I guess I'm talking.
I think that this feels awkward because it's a school, the school board is recognizing the school board recognition month. If you as the superintendent or the principals of the school say, hey, in the state, it is school board recognition month. If you'd like to do something, do it. If you don't. But I feel like it's awkward for us to recognize us.
I agree with that.
In a board
And,
meeting. That feels.
I think a lot of us are humble and like, oh, I'm here to do my job. I feel awkward if they recognize me. But, I went through a Dave Ramsey training. He said something that's always impacted me. Because I'm the person that always says, freak out, I'll do it. And it's really hard for me to receive help. He said, don't quash the ability for somebody to help me. Meaning, I'm always out there to help. But if I say no to help, I am putting
Taking away
down their
somebody's
ability
opportunity.
to maybe help or to recognize or to whatever. And so I would hate to like be the person that says, oh, I don't want to be recognized when somebody wants to be.
And so perhaps the happy medium would be that January is School Board Appreciation Month. That is still a month.
Right.
And if organically a teacher in some school wanted to do something like the one teacher did, that's great. If somebody wants to send a card to us, awesome. But it's not a, what are we gonna do this year to recognize and acknowledge them?
And I do
Then
think the
that's just no
resolution
pressure.
should be easy enough to take off of our list because it is awkward. We're resolutioning ourselves.
The resolution for the board was always a governor's resolution.
Oh,
And
Uh-huh.
he hasn't done one the last two, maybe
years.
3 years.
Or maybe.
So you're gonna- It might be-
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, it wasn't for the board doing it, it was reading the governor's resolution.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the resolution? on the
What's the recommendation on the resolution?
Yes.
The month still exists whether we recognize it or not. This January School Board Appreciation.
Yeah.
Whether or not, and it sounds like, and I kind of agree with this. The poem was probably the most amazing thing that I have ever received. And now I feel bad because I don't remember what somebody gave me 15 years ago, which probably was amazing then too. So if there's a way we push it back to a superintendent level to read the governor's resolution, if the governor so
If there
chooses,
is one.
if they come out with
And if
one,
not,
and just say, it is School Board Appreciation, we appreciate you, and next agenda item.
yes,
That way the board is not self-congratulating.
Yeah.
Does that,
yep,
does that work? Okay, okay. So that just becomes a superintendent.
Just for the record, I think we as a school district and certainly me as a superintendent and our leadership team and our administrators and our district staff genuinely do appreciate the contributions of the board. There's gonna be something, I get that maybe it won't be at a specific board meeting, but I would at least speak for myself and I'll let John and Tracy contribute to the conversation that, you know, there's a lot to be thankful for, a lot of the work that has been done. And the superintendent, the district leadership cannot do the work by itself as far as the district staff. So that is the partnership there, but I hear you in the spirit that you're sharing that. But I would say that, I think the kids enjoy doing something. I think our staff enjoys doing something. And we try to be very creative, at least in the last few years. But understood.
So, and then I have a question about the resolution recognitions. And I don't know if this would work or not. Say for September, if it's just part of either the opening when we do, you know, welcome to our meeting, or if it's just part of if someone wants to take it, I mean, I would do it and say, you know, by the way, my board report, September is National Hispanic Heritage Month. And just kind of leave it at that, instead of taking the time for the formal resolution, taking the time to vote on the resolution, which has always felt awkward. We read the resolution and we vote on it. It never, the flow of it never quite worked right when we don't vote on it. If we say no, that kind of is weird. And I know I've talked about Women's History Month because it hasn't been on the list, so I've just put that as part of my board report.
I would say any board member has the prerogative to do what they want. The only, you know, it really doesn't solve the problem of, you know, we're always gonna leave somebody out.
We're always gonna leave somebody out, which is why if we take it off of an official resolution list,
But if you're passionate about whatever, you want to put it in your report.
I'm gonna be paying attention to when some of these are, you know, that.
Because I think you've done a really good job of that and brought your heart, your personality
Mhm.
into that seat
Mhm.
where you're recognizing holidays, for example. And so that I don't think it makes me a lesser person because I'm not comfortable.
Mhm. You haven't got nothing locked out.
Well, see, no, yeah. You know, but I think you brought your own character and I think that's the freedom.
Okay, yeah, and that works with this, that, and you're right, I have tried to be aware of other holidays that our students and families are participating in. So in a way that doesn't endorse that holiday, yeah.
Okay, so I'll make sure that I can get to the board, Sarah,
she could put in the library, all of the different months and all the different things that are on there. Just if anybody wants to take a look at it, if at some point folks want to say something about it or not. I'll just say that there are a lot of pages.
Right.
But, so.
And so that's more the recognition months, in terms of, so also the ones that are around school, like school administrators month. Same thing with that. We would do the same thing to say at the beginning of the meeting, happy school. Administrator. And move on.
And I think that
Or
was
there
good,
might
because
be-
I think
or you
when
may say
we have,
something about it.
we have our minutes, you know, on teacher
Mhm.
appreciation months, I feel like a lot of us take a minute in our.
Yeah. And that feels more
Or
authentic.
whatever, yeah, it
Yeah.
feels, to me, that feels more authentic than let us read this thing and vote on it that we did right and, you know.
Yeah, okay, all right, so consensus?
Yep.
We aren't gonna do these as a formal resignation, I'm sorry. Wow, resolution, well, I was thinking recognition, resolution, and it came out with all the words together, I could have some more chocolate. But just, I'm gonna keep this as a reminder as well, that, you know, certain ones I know I wanna keep track of when they're coming up, and I would like to highlight them first. And anybody who would love to write us a poem for our board service for January, I would wholeheartedly accept it. Those again are just, those are treasures.
I got that. This-
Yeah, so
So let's, Denise.
I know we're way behind.
So what I would like to propose is that we move the board agenda topic process, which is me, down, and we do
And
the ELL now.
Yes, yeah,
And not
let
have
Araceli,
to wait any
yeah.
longer.
And I just want to confirm also, David and Sean are gonna alternate doing the Pledge of Allegiance.
And I don't mind either saying it. I mean,
And just make sure your microphone is on when you say it.
That's a good idea.
Okay, all right, Araceli, come on up, my dear.
Either was there and shoot at it.
Always, and I know
Okay.
that sometimes we volunteer Mr. Cook or Mr. Volunteer.
You know,
I haven't told him for a long time, but
the one microphone that's standing by you,
I can turn that.
if you turn it on and whoever's doing it walks up to that microphone, that might solve the problem too.
we'll figure, yeah, that we
Yeah.
can't set it. Okay. Yeah, they overrun. Right, yeah.
Except for other just have to be in touch.
No, that
Any limits?
All right.
I will wear it.
Well, good. I don't think we had a conversation about the resolutions. It's been decades. They just show up.
I'll sign it.
Well, buenas tardes, everyone.
Hello?
I still remember the first time I stood up here and I was so nervous. And Tracy asked Tim to support me and I was like, I don't know. And yes, but I feel very comfortable now presenting. I know you and it is very different. And it was here, yes, it was here. I don't know the other times, but I remember the first time here. So we're here, we're back here. I feel very, thank you for being so supportive and making me feel like I'm presenting to people that really care about our students and that want to learn more alongside us, because we're also learning. I'm learning every year. I learn something new. So this is the report that the state presents every year. I'm gonna move to this side so that you can see the presentation. So this is the report, and as you know, they don't call it multilingual learners. And I've explained that to you every time that I present this, that I have this presentation, and they call it the English language learners report, right? And does anybody remember why we switched to multilingual learners instead of English language learners?
they know multiple languages.
Because it's yeah, see, this is good. So, yes, I'm gonna bring prices next time. Because it is a singular dimension, right? If we are focusing on their learning the language and we don't value the languages that they bring and the cultural assets that they bring into our schools. So Oregon, recognizes that, but the report, it still says, English language learners. So for us, it is multilingual learners.
Sometimes it doesn't know. Yeah, I minimized something, so it was all the way.
But then, uh-oh. I hear, okay. What did I do? Okay, so the purpose of the report is, the report's intention is to describe the population of English language learners. And every time that we present, we try to, provide a glossary of the populations that this report is describing to better meet the needs of this, group of students. Okay, so this one is about the populations and the group of students. Current English language learners are, multilingual learners who are still developing their language, and they are typically in English language development program. Right now in our district, we are pushing for integrated ELD, so they're not always have a designated area, which we used to call it pull-out. But it is a designated area. We have the same curriculum. They're working on the same things. The teachers are working in the classroom, or we're working towards that. And they are in a designated area, learning about the same thing that their peers are learning about. They're not missing any curriculum at the time that we are addressing their language needs. Former English, and we have 10%, 11% of our students are current English language learners.
Is this the correct school year?
22, 23.
Okay, 2020 to 2021 school year?
I think that I just,
Upgraded ours.
Oh, I got
Yes.
it. Yeah, sorry. Got it.
yes.
This one's brand new, I'll get it updated on that.
No, yes, thank you.
Yeah, and it was because of the Department of Education. They didn't give us I couldn't get so I had to call them. They didn't, I don't know why I was not getting that. And I talked to Tim because he's always supporting me with that. And then they finally gave me access and updated it. And so we corrected it, and I wasn't able to get it in time for you.
So the delay, we don't get 23-24 data until close to the.
They clean it up, or we always report like a year behind. So, but that is the correct number. 11% of our students are at the state level was, our current English language learners. In our district is more, 15% of our students are English language learners currently receiving services. Former English language learners are multilingual learners who demonstrate English proficiency and have exited our program. At the state level is 7.5% of our students, and our district former, I didn't get that data. I just got, former and current. No, 7.5, no, I didn't get that for our district, but I'll get that out, included in there. Ever English learners are students, both, they combine both, right? The current and the former are ever English learners. They are in our program or have exited our program. And in our district, that is 27% of our students are ever English learners. 27%, almost 30% of our students are have been in our program or are of our programs. And long-term English learners, our students will never English learners, our students who do not qualify for services and don't speak another language.
They don't qualify for our services. Why wouldn't they? Never English.
Well, never
Total
English.
minus ever is how I have it in my head. So total students minus your ever English learners equals your never.
Well, never English learners are students who do not speak another language or were tested because in the language survey, they said that they spoke another language and they didn't qualify for services.
English was too strong to qualify for services.
And-
Whether it's that they speak Spanish at home and their English is just strong enough that they don't get those services,
They're
or
already
they don't
proficient
speak,
in that.
they don't speak another language, they just speak English.
Yeah.
And when you describe it, it is, but what it just is such a.
Yeah.
And
Never
that what you said should be up there. I mean, there should be a description for each one, I think. Maybe, I mean, just so we know, but yes, okay,
Mhm.
never, got it.
Never English learners. In long-term English learners are students that have been receiving instruction for more than 7 years and are still in our programs. So that
What's
is
the percentage of that?
No, I didn't get that, but
It's
I'll
gotta be
get it
pretty
and put it
small.
in your, I'll put it in your presentation.
That it just, and the reason for that is that it just takes longer.
No, it's just every year that the test gets more challenging and and a lot of kids get to the point where they just don't care. They're like, I've been taking this test every year, I'm still in this program, I don't care.
And
And
even,
some kids, like,
Well,
Like
some
an-
of them do.
they loved me, so it was to encourage them to do well on the test.
yeah, but I don't want to leave my class, but I want to
Yeah,
be
they
with
don't
my
wanna leave
friends,
their
but I want to do this, but I
Yeah,
want
so
to
the
do.
test is getting harder.
Every year. They
There's
used
a,
to, for a while, they had a system that was being very, in my opinion, very successful, because it was similar to the process to get the biliteracy seal. Talk about inequity, so students who are learning a world language other than English can still use a portfolio to get the biliteracy seal, which are mostly white students. Students who are learning English as a second language or as another language, they still have to pass the test, they don't get the option to do a portfolio.
and just so that you know, if a lot of our monolingual students would take that test,
They
some
would
of them would have. So it is a very rigorous test that our students have to go through, and sometimes they don't pass, but they are
We have
fully
the
bilingual.
We had the portfolio system, we had a lot of kids actually, because they only had to complete one of the domains that they did not pass. So you may pass the writing test this year, Kathy, even if you pass it, you still have to take it again next year, and you may not pass it next year. You have to pass all four in the same year.
But now that we're honoring that is new this year, so we're honoring, there's 4 sections of the test. And now if they pass 3 and they fail 1, they would have to take the 4 again the next year. Now the state is honoring that. If you pass 3 and you only have 1, then you just take 1 the next year. So our students feel more encouraged because I've already done this and I've already passed. Why do I have to do it again? And so they get tired. After so many years of taking the test, they're done. So now,
What you just described to the seal of biliteracy, because I noticed I mean, there were so many kids, but none of them were white. So what's the,
In our district, right?
Yeah,
Remember,
Gresham.
dual language programs, were very popular in affluent neighborhoods.
but so why don't we have any?
we
Gresham-Barlow.
do, and I'm presenting that too. But we do have Russian or people, students from Slavic communities that do get the seal of biliteracy. They're white, they come from a white community, so we do have them.
And as our dual language program increases in grades, you will see more white students getting the.
Oh, because we're doing it,
Yes,
yeah.
We just started the program.
My question is, it doesn't make sense that the test is getting harder.
Mhm.
And has there been pushback by the education
There
committee?
was. That's probably why they're allowing the students to just.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
So,
Yeah,
it was recognized that the test gets harder and harder every year, which doesn't make any sense.
right.
Well, kindergartens, I mean, they don't know how to read, or they're not expected to read as much as a first grader, second grader, third grader. So that's why it gets harder, depending on if you're a kindergarten, second grader, middle schooler, high schooler.
So, but like, if you're taking it in 10th grade, the 10th grade test is staying consistent year to year.
See, I have.
But our kids are just disengaged at that. But hopefully with these new honoring what you've already taken, you don't have to take it again. They're more, and we're trying to encourage them, right? Yeah, you've already passed that, yes.
Sorry, one clarification, the seal of biliteracy, can they, when they're ready, they take the test? So even if they're a freshman, sophomore, or junior, and once they have it, then if you can kick them out of the program, then they go to do something else. Huh, interesting.
Well, seal by literacy is kind of an opt-in situation
Mhm.
with our multilingual students. If they have not passed this test, we're required
Oh, right.
to provide them that service. And what that ends up doing is limiting electives and other kinds of opportunities for students. So when we start to think about even CTE or some of the conversations we've had about opportunities, that test can be a barrier for students accessing those opportunities.
And that is why we're going into an integrated model, because now we're delivering services for the long-term ELs that are most likely not being able to access our program, and they're getting their services in a language arts class. And the teacher is either dual endorsed, ESL endorsed, and language arts endorsed, and, or we have an EML teacher planning, co-planning with that language arts teacher, or language arts is usually what we have. So planning so that that student receives services, because they feel sometimes embarrassed.
Yeah.
They know that, okay, I do speak English, and they do. And so they're still going to that class that they feel that I'm done. I don't want to be there. And these are just the districts with the highest number of current ELs. And like Mr. Hugh was talking this morning, we are the fourth largest, but we are what, the sixth or seventh district with the largest EML population. So 1,700 students. And I think we have more, but that was this year. These are the languages at the state level, and it is for our district, Spanish and Russian. Spanish and Russian, it is about the same percentage, 75% of our students who are in our program speak Spanish, just about. And then Russian is a little bit higher than 2%, but it is significantly lower than our Spanish population. And Russian is more like Russian, Romanian, Ukrainian, all of the Slavic languages. And then the third one is, I think, Arabic for us. But that's at the state level.
This chart is at the state level.
That is at the state level. Ours is a little bit different, but it is consistent with the first two being Spanish and
Spanish,
Russian.
Russian, and then you thought the next one was
Arabic.
Arabic.
Mhm. So, this is the, with this, students with disabilities. Skip one, okay. On track to English language proficiency, when they take the LPA, we need to make sure that they are moving, right? So all students, and these are students, 1,351, because we're not counting kindergartens. We're not talking about kindergartens because we cannot track if they make progress, because it is the first time that they take the test. So we need students who have taken the test at least twice to be included in this population. So newcomers and kindergartens are not included in this number. So 500, out of the total number, 580 met 42% out of all of our students. At the elementary level, 698, 411 students met. So that is 50, almost 60% of our students at the elementary level are meeting their language goals. At the middle school level, we have 328 and only 100 met. So you can see a big drop, right? 30%, 31% of our students are meeting. And at the high school level, out of 325, only 69 students met. So 21% of our students, so if we don't exit our students in the first 5 to 7 years, most likely they won't exit our programs. You can see a decline, right? In elementary, we exit more, and then as they move on, less kids are able to exit our program. So that's why we want to provide more supports at the elementary level.
What's the far right column?
At the state level. So this is comparing, yeah, comparing at the state level. So we're doing pretty good at the elementary level. And we're doing okay at the middle school and at the high school. A little bit lower.
Do you think the numbers at elementary are higher because they potentially started in that program as opposed to if you come to our district in the 6th grade?
Well, some of our
Starting later.
Some of our high schoolers have been with us since kindergarten. So it is kind of sad that they haven't been able to exit, but they are fully bilingual. They are fully bilingual, but they haven't exited our program.
Is there? I mean, this is the best, but since we're not getting a lot of traction, middle school, high school, I'm sad because they miss out on opportunities for electives and stuff like that. Is there a way where we could say, hey, you're okay, let's just move on. Or,
It is a civil rights issue. We have to provide services for those students. So that's why we are getting creative and we're trying to provide services in an integrated model. So now they're receiving their services during their language arts class so that they can be free to choose more electives. So we're moving into that model.
so you're not,
So that
they
we
have
don't.
the same elective opportunities as.
They can have more elective opportunities if we do integrated ELD. Yes, because we are co-planning and not always co-teaching, but co-planning with somebody in a different subject, usually language arts.
Will we receive an ALPA update separate from this related to the math performance of students in the program? Or
I have language arts coming up. I didn't put math, but I can send math.
So
I only asked because I think like early in, maybe 5 years ago, it was the initiative, we're gonna get our math scores up, and I'd like to see how that whole progress.
So two different things. So ALPA proper is an assessment of language proficiency. Within our math data, we can look at our EML students and look at So we absolutely will look at EML for reading, for math, for all of those things, because that is our big focus.
Bonus points for picking a dumb question, spinning it. You know, rock star. I'm tired.
She knows a lot, because she's been in a lot of meetings with a lot of people, so.
Leadership.
This is her.
And this is the way that we identify students. All of our students, when they register, they have to take a language survey. So if they say that they speak another language at home, they have to get a screener, an ALPA screener, and then we determine whether they need services or they're not eligible for services. This is the multilingual learners with disabilities. We have 307. 68% of them met, 22% total. Elementary level, 38% of them met, and at the state level is 40. So a lot lower than 60%, right? The students that are not dual identified. At the middle school, it is 10%. At the state level is 17%. High school is 3% students with disabilities. And at the state level is 8%. So we know that our students that are currently in our programs get targeted to receive special education services at a higher rate than students who are not in our program. And it says right there, 20% of our students receive special education services if you're in our program versus 15% of students who are not receiving services. But so the students that have already exited our program do not receive special education services at a higher rate. They're about the same that students that have never received special education. So we need to be very mindful of that sometimes we don't have that asset mindset and we think that there's a disability, but it is just that they're developing language. English language arts, and this is about English language arts. I don't have the math one. Next time I can do the math, but you can see that 98%, 96% participation rate, 13% of them met out of all, right? ESE, 17% at the elementary level, 88.4% at the middle school level, and 13% at the high school level.
I mean, the comparisons to the state there are enormous.
Mm-hmm.
So that's well, we all want to see numbers grow. Great space to celebrate a little bit, right? Am I misinterpreting that?
No.
That's outstanding. Good go.
That is, we're doing something right.
Yay. And we still have a long ways to go.
And we still have a long ways to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. And this is the graduation. Yeah, this is the graduation rates for the past few years. So this year was 74, almost 75 to 57%.
And I don't know about ELL, but the GVSD rate there, includes me one things in that number.
Mhm. This is at the, yeah, this Gresham-Barlow. And then former English language learners, so the ones that have exited, graduate at similar or better rates than never English learners. So if you've been in our program and you've exited our program, your chances of graduating from high school are a lot higher than the students who were never receiving services because they don't speak another language. So this is good. We're doing something good in our. And this is the seal of biliteracy that you were talking about. And the seal of biliteracy, right, it's just to recognize the language that our students bring with them. And it is not only Spanish, it is any language. And it could be white students because they do speak Russian, Romanian, Ukrainian, any other language that our students bring into our schools. We have tests for them and we test them.
Question about this, if I'm understanding never English learners correctly, so correct me if I'm wrong. Some never English learners are, just because they don't speak another language, they only speak English, but some never English learners are students who speak two languages but are already proficient enough in both to receive services,
That
correct?
didn't qualify for our services.
Because they're already proficient in them. So are we offering those students, even if they test proficiently at a young age, are we directing them towards the seal of biliteracy since we know they're already proficient in?
We're doing
more than one
better.
language?
We're doing better. Our percentages are
Maybe not
getting
that
higher
much,
and
yes.
higher. Yes, every year. And now we've hired, more people into our department too. So we have more people that can support
I know
us.
we offer it to the ones who have been in the program, but I don't want to forget about the students who tested out because they're already proficient. But could still potentially get it.
Yeah, I think there's room for growth there.
To recognize those
Because
students.
students, from my experience as a parent, students who are English language learners, they were targeted to be invited to take the STAMP test. Students who were not receiving services.
Right.
Were not, they had to, so, or it had to be.
But we know if they're speaking another language at home, we have that information because we
Yeah.
had to determine if we offered them services or not. So even though we're not offering them services, we could offer them
Yes.
the seal of biliteracy and and should be, right?
Well,
So they're not.
Except the seal of biliteracy is not just speaking. It's more than that.
True.
It's reading, writing, and.
Listening.
Yeah, but not
Yeah.
all of those things.
But they can be
So-
invited.
Right, yes, exactly. They should
At least
be
offer,
invited, but
Yeah.
speaking it doesn't always mean that you
True.
can pass it
Reading,
in a
right.
writing or reading
And
component.
especially for our Slavic communities, those students are fluent and they can speak and they understand. But it's a totally different alphabet. It's a totally different system. So they can, they're fluent and you think, but they don't. They don't write it or they don't read it. Spanish is very similar, the same, alphabet, everything else. So it's easier for our students to learn how to read and write, even if they've never been instructed. But for our Slavic communities, so they cannot take these tests.
Mhm.
Just as a comment, but not a bird walk, so that we can stay on track. What you is what you're going to hear around some of the complexities for dual language as we move into high school. Because we have all these different paths for Spanish in our district. And how do we bring all of those together to support all of those groups of students, whether they've been in DLI, whether they're a heritage speaker, whether they're ELL, whatever. Like, how do we bring all those things together to have a really strong system? That's all. Okay.
Yes, but it is complex.
Yeah.
It is. And this is just a graph that shows what I was just telling you. Yeah, the current English language learners, right? The current ones are not graduating as at a high rate, 68% at the state level. This is the state level. And then the former English language learners, you can see that they're graduating at a higher rate than even the never English learners. So this is amazing. Our program is doing something that's very good and we don't think about that, right? And that is part of the DLI program. If you speak two languages and if you're fostering the ability to read and write in both languages, the gains at the elementary level, you're not gonna see them as fast, but when they go to middle school and high school, you can see that, I mean, the gap closes a lot faster than if you are not instructed in your first language.
I'm really curious to see, last time we were at Highland, remember when we went to read the books? Or what was it,
Oh, the reveal, the,
reveal?
yeah.
There was a student that spoke, he was a Haitian student. Spoke French and was in the DLI program and was learning English. I'm just really curious to see what they're gonna be like when they're in middle school, and high school, being like literally.
And we have two more things that we have to get through, so we have to.
And just set two more slides, this is so on average, we get more funding for our students, right? Because we have to provide more services, so this is how we pay all of our EML teachers and some other things, some other supports. So our students are bringing in more funding to our systems because they're coming to learn another language. So we have a little bit more.
Is the extra money commensurate with the services, or is that, are we?
It helps us to provide those additional services. I don't know if I would say it's sufficient.
And at some point, we should know that number if we're gonna talk to the legislature.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an additional weighted, right, 0.5 weight, so
I know.
it's roughly 5 grand.
At some point, though, I think it'd be good to have the numbers. How far apart are the equals?
I'm just to be a little more surgical. Does that 250 million include dual identifying students? So how does that weighting work?
They get a different way. If you're a dual identified student, you don't get like for SPED and for EML, you get a little bit, I think you get the special ed part, not.
They give you the higher. They give you exactly,
Yeah.
give you the higher.
But not both.
They'll give
But
you,
they're both.
Your compound needs in your picture.
but they'll give you the 1 point versus the 0.5.
Okay.
And the last one, and these are things that we're gonna continue to do and we've been doing to support our program. And we're gonna continue to improve the strategies and scaffolding instruction, integrated instruction, and all of those things that we're doing at the secondary level and at the elementary level as well. We're co-teaching at the elementary level. We're continuing to expand our DLI program that is supporting all of the students that come from Spanish-speaking countries. 70% of our EMLs come from Spanish-speaking countries, so that's gonna be helping them. And then we're gonna continue to expand our integrated and co-teaching model throughout the district. That's what we're doing right now.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
And you know, just information, we're required to provide this data to you by September 1st. The challenge for our assembly for this presentation is always, we don't always get information from the state in enough time to put together the presentation, so thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right, we're gonna get us back on track. Kathy, board agenda topic process, go 2, 3, 1.
The board agenda, first of all, this is a feedback loop about what's working and what isn't. I think that we have a good repository for requests. I think that we have a process for to track the work that's being done on it. Right now, I don't think we've ever gotten something that says when somebody puts the request in, it automatically is emailed to the board chair and I. And the only place that we have, right now, the process is that when we are meeting to develop the agendas, which we typically do monthly, that's when we'll talk about it. Well, first of all, this is what Chris and I do. It hasn't been that way for past board leadership. So, and we sometimes miss meetings and don't meet at all. So I'm concerned, I'm concerned that that we're gonna miss something. And so the point of this, having it on the agenda today, is a feedback loop about how it's working or what changes we need to make, and other ideas, I guess, about how we can make sure that we aren't missing it. Because the worst thing that can happen, just like with our board goals, and everything else that we're doing is to create it and then have it sit there and get moldy. And not have it be a workable process. So you have like 2 minutes to tell me what you think.
I think it's working. I put that, topic of the resolutions on there and honestly forgot about it. And you guys brought it up. So that was great.
As far as the chair and vice chair not being notified when something gets added, there is a way we can set up. I think I would have to do it through your, like if we sat down on your account, you can set up to get notifications anytime something changes on a spreadsheet in Google Drive. So that would be a way that, like, anytime anything's edited, you'll get a little notification saying, here, there was an edit made to this, so it prompts you to go in and look at it.
That's exactly what we need.
And I played with that and figured out how to do it, but we haven't met
Okay,
again.
yeah.
Great.
And it might only notify one person, so it might be that we notify you and you send it to them.
Yeah,
or
I
something.
think if it's shared with like if everybody has editing access to it, I think you can all get notified.
So that solves that
That's
problem and nobody else has any comments.
So, I'm not able to get into my Chromebook because it died. On the spreadsheet, is my email address and name spelled correctly?
On on what?
I printed out the spreadsheet results and,
And I had gone in and changed your name because I know it was misspelled, but that was.
yeah, and then the
probably
email
wrong.
address is misspelled too. So if I'm gonna get email notification, I should probably get,
Well, so let's put that on our agenda when we meet next.
Mhm.
yeah. I can't double check it now, Tracy, so,
That's it.
all right. And do make sure when you put in your agenda topic request that you align it with a goal.
And they're new goals now.
Yeah, okay?
So we'll need to update. it.
Yeah.
All right, board committee and school assignments, school engagement. In your board packet, you have the school engagement assignments. I'm just gonna read them. Kathy and Blake, you have Cal, Clear Creek and West Orient, Cal Valley and East Orient. David and Holly, you have San Barlow, Deep Creek, Damascus, Highland, North Gresham and Hall. Myra with Superintendent Hugh, Springwater Trail, Dexter McCarty, Hogan Cedars and Hollydale. And then I have with Dr. Farns, the Gresham High School and the Ray Academy, Gordon Russell, East Gresham and Kelly Creek. You are not excluded from attending any other schools, but these are ones that you should at least make an attempt to get to sometime during the school year. And we can coordinate that with the superintendent. We can coordinate that with anybody else that's going on
And the
there,
schools
but
will reach out to you to
Yeah.
at least invite you. and
invite
share
us to
information around
things that are
different
going on out
activities.
there, programs that are happening, special events that are going on. So look for those emails when they come out and
If you're
respond.
not getting those, please let us know so that we can prompt them to, like, hey, invite the board members too. 'Cause
Mr. Cook will remind.
I know last year,
Oh,
we
yeah.
had you that.
Okay, perfect,
Jane
perfect.
coordinators.
Okay. All right, and then board committee, let's get to the board committee sheet, here we go. All right, I know y'all had a chance to look at this and pick out your favorite things. We currently have on the audit involvement team, board leadership, Kathy and myself. Board evaluation and goals committee has been up to this point, Holly, Blake and Kathy, right? I don't know if that's a continuing committee or what's going on with that, if it's gonna be staying together a little bit longer to see how it plays out as we work through, if you guys wanna stay with it a little bit
I
longer.
think as we work on the communication plan, that'd be.
Okay, so I'm just gonna keep Holly, Blake and Kathy on there. Budget committee is all of us, bing. City council committee, that has been, city council committee, that's a weird thing. Has been Kathy as the liaison to report back. Where did Kathy go?
So that should, right.
You're hi-
So that should be changed to city council liaison probably.
Yeah, instead of committee. Okay,
It's a committee of one.
yeah, yeah.
I like those kind of committees.
Yeah, so the advocacy
So it'll stay,
institute,
Kathy,
What's that?
so city council ones still you.
Well, anybody?
would somebody like to do that?
Don't all raise your hand at once.
When do they meet?
What is it, Tim?
Yeah, what is the
Tuesday.
general?
Not every Tuesday though, right?
It's twice a month,
What-
But
Uh-huh.
it's Tuesdays,
It's at 4
like
and
late
6.
afternoon, yeah.
and then the redevelopment commission's at 3:30 once a month or 2:30 once a month.
Sounds like David's gonna give it a shot.
No, I mean, what's the entail?
It was getting whatever information and bringing it back to the board.
So we have.
She goes and sits on the meeting.
Or get the minutes, bring it back. I mean, it's,
I propose that maybe we run a two-person with a primary alternate, because.
Sure,
that's
in case somebody can't make it.
That's a position that would be subject to transition,
uh-huh,
and it'd be great to have. If you're willing, I think it would, I can't serve on that one, I wouldn't.
I'm willing if someone can help. I just know I can't make every meeting.
okay.
Beauty is every meeting is recorded.
Myra, are you available for any of that? Okay.
Hey, but I don't want to.
Okay, no, that's
Okay, so
fine.
Dave-
That availability is availability. That's,
I'll be very excited.
I was leaving it open to that. Yeah,
I didn't put it in
Yeah.
my head.
yeah.
Don't
All right, I'll just leave it as David and we'll get a +1 from somewhere. So we will. Kathy's still gonna be a +1, sorry. You're behind me. I can't hear behind me. Next one up is the Federal Relations Network, AKA Advocacy Institute and Equity. I would like to attend that this year. I haven't gone the last couple of years. That is, it's the lobbying that OSBA does when they go back. So it's a focused lobbying. It's not open to anybody to go. It still needs to be an OSBA board member. There are certain of the OSBA board members that automatically get to go, which is the officers and, representative from the region. So the last couple of years, I haven't been able to go because Sonia McKenzie, she took both spots. So, because she was Multnomah County and she was an officer. So I'm hoping that I can go as the Multnomah County rep, so there wouldn't be any resources from OSBA. What's that?
That no SBA cost to send.
Part of it is, if I'm not the Multnomah County rep, then I've had some district support before and then I've paid for it because I think it's worth going to. And they're combining finally the equity symposium with the advocacy symposium. So there's not two separate costs for that. That was stupid. So I need to find out probably this week whether or not I can be the Multnomah County person. The Gresham-Barlow Education Association, contract bargaining negotiations, that's still me, we're not done yet. Foundation,
Yeah, sorry. foundation.
yeah, the foundation. Who's been the foundation
I
person?
did it last year. David's done it just the most recent last year.
Okay, and what does that's an early morning one, right?
7 AM once a month,
Okay,
I'm still good on that.
okay. All right,
unless
David.
somebody else wanted
Yeah, it
to.
looked like Sean was trying.
This is the.
Holly at 7 AM, that's your time, right? The MESD Budget Committee, and that's still you because you're on,
Third year, right?
it's your third year? Okay, all right.
So then we'll have a new one.
I'm still on the OSBA Board of Directors. This is not an election year for the Legislative Policy Committee. We've already got the people in place for that. Classified negotiations, that's not this year.
Nope.
So that's gonna be 25, 26?
6.
Okay, all right. So that little note should probably be on there when that next will come up.
26.
And it's nice, just as a heads up, the classified, the OSEA negotiations are interest-based bargaining. And it is a very nice bargaining. It's very nice. Policy review, what's your? Policy Review Committee, it has been myself, Myra and Kathy up to this point.
I can stay.
Okay, we generally, and I'd like to stay, we generally meet 8 o'clock. Is it?
Fridays, usually, I think it was second Friday of the month this year.
Is it Fridays?
Yeah, it's Friday, second Friday.
Okay.
Anybody at all, anybody.
So, I mean, two of us at least.
I know, but
Yeah, what?
just asking, I don't wanna take on, I don't wanna steal the opportunity.
Gotcha,
To contribute and participate.
Got it. So, well, I got David lined up for some things, and they
I
are
mean,
available.
schedule is an issue because we meet Friday mornings from 8 to 9:30, so.
Yeah, and, you can do it virtually. For a while, Amanda was doing it virtually. It's a little bit harder to have conversation when you're doing it virtually. I'll leave it for the two for now. Kathy, you wanna be the third, or you wanna wait and see if somebody gets a sudden?
Yeah, I'll stay until we get somebody
Okay,
twisted,
okay.
armed.
superintendent search, that subcommittee, we've had interest from Myra, David and Kathy, right? Is that the right group?
Yeah.
Okay,
We discussed earlier.
yep. Okay, so put that down there. So is that still, Kathy, your name is showing up 3 times?
You're almost all the way.
Yeah.
Bingo.
And superintendent, this particular part of it will be this initial part between now and November-ish, and then we'll figure out at that point, more of the full board will be involved. So we'll do that. Superintendent evaluation. It's canceled. I did that for you. I canceled it. The Education Equity Advisory Committee.
Would they need to do anything with the interim? How does that work? No.
You know,
That'd be a very short evaluation.
Wild West.
it is. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, you wanna be good buds with the interim, and if you can get anything done you want. Yeah. We give them a letter of recommendation if they want. Education Equity Advisory Committee, and do we still have 2 folks that are serving on that? James?
So no, I'm for, so there's a little caveat on there.
I see that.
Yeah, the board's responsible
Yeah.
for appointing members,
Right.
but
So,
board members themselves don't serve.
because how long are they on there? Do they have to be reappointed?
A couple of years.
Every couple of years,
2 years.
okay. And then I know that we just got in the last budget cycle, someone from that committee who was on the budget committee.
Yeah,
So they'll be on the
Russell,
budget committee, right, for a while.
And I think we're going to have to, at the next board meeting, appoint him to another year, because I think we just did it for the 1 year. But
Okay,
serving on the budget committees is usually a 2-year process,
right.
but because we just started with the equity advisory, and he is willing, but you folks will have to.
Well, and it also had to do with, that was the position that was open.
Correct.
So then it can go into another position with that. And I don't believe that there are any other committees that we've left out, anything else that, we don't have a hospitality committee, we don't have a, we don't have
They
any of
have the
that.
middle school sports committee, but I
Yeah.
don't, that will meet again to follow up.
I would love the opportunity to continue with that committee work to.
I mean, there was talk about
Yeah.
reevaluating in the
And I
year,
will say, with the
No.
transition from Mr. Schmidt
yeah.
to,
Oh,
Dr. DuBois, we will, continue to have the conversation. I just can't.
well, I heard that wrong, okay.
Say that at this point in time, just because I haven't followed up with
So,
Sean and I.
so Sean and
Sean and Polly. were
Sean and
two.
Paul,
And
okay.
I think Blake was interested as well, so.
Because were you guys meeting after hours, was
It
that?
was after, well, during
Ish.
the hours, but it was after school.
It was after.
Okay, I'm gonna put Blake down. as
Which is
well.
easier for me than at 8 a.m.
4 o'clock on,
with.
I think we actually did polls. I think they don't know what.
Yeah, so I put Sean and Holly down for that, for the middle school sports committee, and then a question mark for Blake, so he can jump in there. And I think that's it. Any other committees or any other, we'll figure out some as we go. We don't have a bond committee. So, all right, got that, school engagement, got
Can we have
that.
a snack?
I need a field trip committee, so, okay,
The
All right.
convocation is 8 to 8:30.
Yes.
I'm sorry, you wanna move on to this?
oh, no, that's okay. that's
Well,
okay.
8 to 8:30 is like the presentation, but then board members beyond that, no?
No.
Just hang out.
Oh, well, that's, I mean, I'm getting to that part, yeah, so.
What if I wanna do the 360? Do it.
Do it.
I wanna do those,
Really fun.
You can,
yeah,
if you wanna stay, but.
Gather whatever board members are there here, do a fun board.
all right. So Sarah, if more of us show up to convocation, do you just need to post it that we're there at an event, but it's not a meeting of the board?
I mean, yeah, I can post a.
Just post it, yeah, just post a quorum notice. Okay, so we are on wrap up, and announcements. See, adding another hour to our day?
No.
Can we just say that we're gonna finish up on time?
Trying, okay, so, yeah, this didn't even get on there. So August 28th, 8 a.m. to 8:30 is convocation at Gresham High School. There is extremely limited parking there. They do have a shuttle bus that's going over from, Kmart.
You
There's,
could walk, you park at the city hall and then just walk, if you go walking to the block.
Yeah. If it's not raining.
Just saying, you know,
okay, And doors open at 7:30 and program starts at 8 o'clock and it's in the gym at Gresham High School and it will be tight. And there will be a very special speaker at that.
We have 3 minutes.
Superintendent Hugh. So then, we also have that evening, we have a special board work session. They will be a virtual meeting. They are, one of them starts at 6, one of them starts at 7, right?
7:15.
7:15.
Both open.
No, one is open, one is executive.
The
So
6 o'clock one is closed, the
Right.
executive session, the 7:15 is open.
So you received a couple of different emails about links for the meetings. And one of them showed a canceled meeting. It was canceling the executive. That person wants to have it in public session. So you received a second link for the public session. So there are 2 links for the meeting. So what we will do on that one is we will have the meeting. And then we will take action on that portion of the meeting, and then we will do the next part of the meeting and take action on that part, okay?
I will say, it probably looks like avoiding these termination hearing meetings, but I have a work date. So, not-
Okay, so that's another $10 fine for Sean, okay? But we do need to make sure, so we do have a quorum though for that night, other than Sean? We have a quorum?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. September 4th is our regular board meeting at 7 o'clock, Council Chambers, Public Safety and Schools Building. I feel like I'm missing something, but I think that's
I think
probably
there
it.
is an executive.
There is going to be a request for a 6 p.m. executive session on that day as well.
On the fourth.
On the 4th.
Okay, oh, okay.
We got to play and then add it back. And then
Right, okay. So just to confirm, on September 4th, there'll be a 6 p.m. meeting prior to the regular board meeting at 7 p.m. And I don't,
Just, is that related to personnel litigation?
A second,
Personnel.
a different person.
Okay, person.
okay, all right. So with that, I don't see anything else on there. I've taken all my notes off, so I believe we are adjourned.
Yeah.
I don't think we ever done.